closed, and it says well, mine reads it's stuck at 34.05. It hadn't moved in a couple minutes or so.
Interesting. I'm not necessarily seeing that, but that doesn't mean it can't be the case. I'm going to check on Interactive Broker and whatnot. I'll check Schwab, Fidelity, Robinhood, Weibo too, and see what the hell's going on my end here. Fidelity. Good morning, everybody. Welcome to Boss Blunt's Think Tank. Come on and everybody jump in. The S&P up 0.38%. The NASDAQ Composite's not moving, interestingly enough. I do kind of see what you're saying there. I'm showing the VIX at 33.87, but there's been actually no movement on it yet. You're right about that. It looks like it just dropped a little to 33.83, so it's changing. Hey, you guys like that Oregon Trail? It takes me back to like middle school, you know? I mean, I guess I'm that old, but yeah, I was playing Oregon Trail in middle school. What's up, Paul? Saying, everybody, it's good to see you.
Morning, Bob.
Good morning, my brother. How the hell is everybody today?
Awesome, brother. Got the coffee going.
That's great. Yeah, I'm about to do the same, my friend. It's about that time. Let's see what our market movers are looking like real quick. Sonim Technologies, 52% gains. Propanc Biopharma, 40%. Clovis and Revlon, who's filing for bankruptcy, is up 35%. Surprise, surprise, everybody. Bass Ackwards market of ours. Clovis Oncology's up 39% right now. We're going to add this to our watch list. Keep an eye on her. And everything else is pink sheet stuff. So we got this ultra short Bloomberg Pro Shares, KOLD, which is up today from $20 to $26. That's goofy. Natural gas. This is short natural gas. Last I checked, oil and gas prices are down. So maybe there was some change in the natural gas price that I'm not aware of just yet. What's up, Barney, TZ, PV? It's good to see you. Hi, Crystal. Always nice to see you, Bliss, as well. William. Think Tank in the house. My man Diaz. Very good. Decisions. Well, I did end up buying more TBT this morning. Placed an order to do some fishing yesterday and just so happened to fill as soon as the market opened. Good morning. What's up, Javi? Django, Meow. It's good to see you guys. Jimmy K, Bobby, and my man Nick. Great to see you guys. Well, what do we have here? This shows that it was halted. Aero Clean Technologies, yet again. Showing the letter H for halt, and it's red, and with white letters, that means that Aero Clean was halted. And the price sure isn't moving, so that's got to be the case, it seems like. Looks like it saw a massive drop in price from $17.50-ish to $15. Which appears to have been like a 15% halt or something like that. Yeah, we're looking at an AERC volatility halt right now as of 9:40. Gotta love the meme stocks. 0 short stock list availability. Everything's pretty flat. The S&P was up 0.38%, has now lost its gains and is up 0.13. We're looking at AMC's hanging out strong at $11.31. Amazon's flat on the day. Looks like ARC's down 1.5. Ader, same thing. Bed Bath & Beyond, 1 3/4. BBIG2 by Aura Therapeutics is off to a 2.5% increase today. It's probably a penny, to be honest with you. Let's be fair, right? Darren says, crazy, I set up notifications for your live and they never come through. Well, thanks for setting up notifications, brother. But yeah, it can be difficult to get notifications from this channel on YouTube. They do not like to push my channel. Let's put it that way. Bluebird Bio Inc. is up 7.25%. I did buy some calls for that yesterday at a low, and then wonder if I sold them. As a matter of fact, I got to check. I'm not entirely sure. They don't expire anytime soon, though. I have a feeling Bluebird's going to run again, just like AERC and a few other stocks. Camera Energy's up 2.5%. CH Robinson's got a 9% gain, which is interesting. I'm actually really interested in seeing why. They gapped on open. 4% gap up. And it looks like, DSV Sea and Air, or it's called DSV Land and Sea, Danish transport and logistics firm DSV is said interested in purchasing CH Robinson's unit that specializes in arranging international cargo for shippers. Basically, their freight forwarder division. C.H. Robinson rose 1.7% in pre-market trading. It looks like DSV doesn't want C.H. Robinson, all of C.H. Robinson, or its freight brokerage business, most likely because DSV already has its own freight brokerage business. So they just want the freight forwarding business side of C.H. Robinson there. This is actually a pretty good move. Bank of America's on the green. The Direction Daily Real Estate Bearish ETF is 2.5% in the green. So is Goldman Sachs, 0.5 percentage point. HSBC's going on 2% gains. JP Morgan slightly up. The NDXT is pumping a little bit. It's regained 1% from yesterday's losses. Triple Qs are flat. Redbox is down 20%. Russell 2000 is down 0.37. And the S&P is struggling to hold on to green territory. You're right about that. I think it was Charles you were mentioning. The VIX, man, that thing's definitely... It's sitting steady right now at 33.77. Bitcoin still getting smashed from yesterday at 22,120. It did dip under 21,000 for quite a little while, as we discussed. Today we're going to talk about the entirety of the stock market. We're going to touch on crypto, the bond market, inflation, meme stocks is going to be our focus, along with let's see whatever else Sleepy Joe is working on over there in Iran. So it was at 21.7 a few hours ago, but last night was pretty nasty, 20,831. 20,815 we were looking at. There's a lot of talk about Michael Saylor's group being margin called, but no one really knows when that's going to happen. And I think Crypto Whale did mention that they liquidated $100 million worth of Michael Saylor's position. I'm not sure if that's true, but that's what the rumors are. Houston America Energy Corp up 25%. And of course, oil and gas. It went from 6.25 to 7.25 a few days ago. Traded sideways and then moved from 650 to 780 so far today. Yes, Ramon, I saw that Burry deleted his Twitter. He's been on his Twitter consistently for several weeks now, and he wasn't deleting tweets. I was actually pretty happy about that. But today, or yesterday, Michael Burry, after posting all sorts of things about personal savings and short squeeze and market crash, he finally took his Twitter back down again yesterday, which I thought was really interesting. Yeah. On Friday, interest rates went up 0.5 percentage point. It looks like they went up another 1/10 today. 30-year mortgage interest rates are 6.1% interest national average right now, it seems like. Yep, Clovis is our largest gainer on the market so far today. followed by pink sheet bullshit. And then you've got Revlon, of course, who is said to be entering bankruptcy or nearing the stages of bankruptcy. A bunch of penny stocks. You got Indonesia Energy's up 25%, Houston America Energy up 24% because the commodities are hot. Energy companies, utility companies. I don't think that many of the retail investors in those stocks understand how badly oil crashed before 2008. Eduardo, the Ortex data. That's easy, my friend. The stock market's collapsing. They don't need shares to bring the price down. If they borrowed shares to use them in the SFT program and don't need them now, they can just return them to lower their cost to borrow. And it also lowers the short interest. It saves them some money. Easy stuff, my friend. Easy stuff. Too many people fail to understand. Well, if the stock market's falling, they don't need to short it because the indices and the ETFs that hold the underlying assets, like AMC and GameStop, are going to pull down the underlying assets. They don't need to short the stock to the same extent that they would usually. There's so many people that don't seem to understand the minor intricacies like that. And it really reflects a lack of understanding, unfortunately. Is AeroClean still halted? Just now, it resumes trading, down 16% for the session. Get used to this, ladies and gentlemen. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5-minute halt there. NASDAQ trading halts on AeroClean, AERC, 9:43 a.m. Down 16% on the session. And the SPY is the S&P. It's washing away its gains still, slowly but surely. Tomorrow we've got the Fed interest rate hike. As well as Jerome Powell speaking in the afternoon. The GameStop up slightly, right along with the market. Makes sense. Nothing to write home about just yet. At 119.55, nice 1% increase. Almost negligible. Yeah, looks like Bank of America, BBIG's up 1.5%, Citigroup 2%, CI 2.7%. Andrew, my friend, thank you very much. Appreciate you. Be right back in 1 second, and I will jump on that topic for you. Big candles. I like that. I like that. Let's take a look and see. Nah, you guys fuck around too much. Okay, they are a good sized candle, I'll say that much, but it's bringing us right back to the channel from which we came, from which we started this morning. Which is fine. If they want to play that game, we can play that game. It's going to trade right between this little channel, 1160 to 1110, pretty much. Pretty much for the foreseeable trend of the morning here. Andrew Boyko has asked, heard the rumor Evergrande paper goes worthless June 16th. Well, my friend, you did in fact hear that. And that is, for the most part, true. And I will explain that to you, as I understand that many people don't know what's happening there. And let's go touch on that briefly here. So I'll show you all of the indices from which Evergrande was removed, or is being removed on June 16th. Evergrande is being removed from a large number of German indices at $0.00 on June 16th. I believe at the end of the day. So here's one of the indices from which it's being removed. Here's the rest of the list. Goldman Sachs, RACWI, RAFIs, fundamental emerging markets indices, global indices, multi-factor indices, fundamentals. You know, these are all RAFI products. Solactive emerging markets ETFs and indices, and all of these are from the solactive.com website. These is suspension and removal from a German indices that will be effective at market open. At market open. I misspoke. So it looks like they're being removed on the evening of the 15th. And at market open, all of these indices that are on the screen right now will no longer have Evergrande bonds or Evergrande stock held within it. This should greatly reduce the amount of collateral available to market makers and banks. Is the kind of thing that leads to margin calls and share recalls and short squeezes, in my non-financial advisor opinion. So this is a absolutely massive blow to these crooks that we've been fighting against here for so long at this point. You know, you've got 1, 2, 3, 6, 9, 12, 15, 30, 50 plus easy, you know. And a huge shout out to NYC Illest on Twitter. Shout out, brother. Good job for finding out just yesterday that this was freshly posted. It's going to be a rough one for Citadel Securities. They're not going to be too happy. All right, guys, let's take a look at GMA and AMC. Now, let's just say that a 1.39% gain is not what I had in mind when you guys are saying AMC's booming. AMC hasn't moved yet. Let's see some real delta hedging first. 2.25%, great, but market's pumping. SPY's up 0.7%. BBIG's up 3.5%. GME's up 4.25%. Just moving with the markets, guys. So we're going to have a beginnings of a pump day, it looks like. Let's see if they can drag this on for the entirety of the day. But yeah, we're up from, 116 earlier to 123.50 on GameStop right now. So let's see if it makes this channel for today. It should try to do the same thing as the fucking rest of the market here. Arrow clean consolidating sideways after having been halted a few minutes ago. Yeah, looking at Apple, AMC, Affirm, Amazon, ARC. Everything's going to pump right now. The entire market. NASDAQ, NDXT are up 0.17, 0.32. Yeah, Andrew, thanks again for your contribution to the Think Tank, my friend. Think Tank appreciates you greatly. And so keep in mind, Evergrande is still going to be held in some indices, but it is being removed from all these German indices that we're seeing. It's a suspension removal. AMC's been out of the market there, suspended for over 80 days now. 80 some odd days. So all of these German indices are removing Evergrande from the index themselves. And for those of you guys that are unaware, basically Solactive develops indices. It's pretty much like generating ETFs, We'll take a look at their offerings right now so you guys can get an idea of what they're looking at. See, so they've got a good number of offerings, a lot of offerings. Check out. They got 124 pages of indices. And Evergrande is being removed from all of these German indices. So it's great news overall. It's a vast amount of collateral that should leave market makers struggling, and short hedge funds as well. Correct, 7 cents. It's going to be removed at $0, meaning that nobody's going to be able to receive any payment or receive any monies for Evergrande in those indices. Revlon is ripping. Yeah, let's take a look. Revlon, the hot mess. It's halted. It's definitely ripping. Revlon up 127%. There's 0 short stocks to borrow. The short stock list availability is at 0. It opened the morning at 132 and is hanging out strong at $2.66. Revlon is halted, ladies and gentlemen, and they are in talks of bankruptcy. Could it be? Could it be that shorts have to close out their positions before this company goes bankrupt? Here's an article that was posted yesterday. Cosmetics giant Revlon is reportedly preparing to file for bankruptcy. This is from Allure.com, the magazine slash print provider. Let's see. Reports state that Revlon is set to file for Chapter 11 bankruptcy due to a long decline in sales, unfulfilled supply chain demands, and more. It has now become a near reality for the company, which also houses brands including Almay, Elizabeth Arden New York, Mitchum, and CND. Reuters recorded a record-breaking drop as Revlon stock plummeted by 46% on Friday, June 10th, to $1.17 a share. Its annual interest expense was $248 million last year, and it reported $132 million of liquidity as of March 31st. The bankruptcy is also partially brought on by more than $3 billion of long-term debt. Rough. And then aside from Revlon, you've got a bunch of pink sheet OTC bullshit. You've got another heavily shorted meme stock by the name of Clovis Oncology, stock ticker CLVS. Opinionated asshole says, let's fucking go. Salute. I ran puts on mortgage-backed securities and bonds. My portfolio is winning. Salute to cash. I'm happy for you, my friend. I wish you peace and wealth. Hope you make a whole lot of money on those. The interest rate hike would be tomorrow, my friends. Not today. J-Powell will not be raising rates or speaking today. That is tomorrow. Quinton White, we are not doing anything, my friend. You are able to short or go long on anything you want. Nobody here will ever tell you what to buy or sell. Because this is not financial advice, my friend. Oh, look at that. Yesterday we found out that Credit Suisse failed to report 7 years worth of short positions to FINRA. From 2015 through April of 2022, Credit Suisse did not report short positions to FINRA. 7 fucking years, guys. And now Bo67 is telling me that the SEC has charged Weiss Asset Management with short sell violations. Who is surprised there, my friend? That's great to hear. Hopefully the SEC steps up and makes things happen. They've been asleep at the wheel for way too long. S&P attempting to hold on to its gains. Yeah, AMC trading within the channel that we discussed moments ago. Bed Bath & Beyond, BBIG, everything's pretty much going to trade sideways today for the most part. With the FOMC meeting tomorrow and the interest rate hike and Jerome Powell's speech, today should be a pump day. It should be a market pump. It should get everything to cool off, or at least a sideways kinds of trade. Remember, during market crash scenarios, there's always bull traps. If you look at 2008, it was months and months of bull trap after the next. That's a lot of what I see on the SPY. Going way back all the way to January. So today should be another attempt at a sideways trading day. Tomorrow morning, we likely pop back down for another retest of new lows. Oded Menke says, boss, just in $2 billion order on the SPY at $375.20. Prepare for a crash or moon soon. I think it might be the plunge protection team saving the market. Well, my friend, I really appreciate your contribution, and that's actually really great information to know. Because a $2 billion print on the SPY at $375.20 is an absolute massive amount of money, my friend. Massive. Most hedge funds don't have $2 billion laying around to pump the markets with. Do you understand? Hey, Johnny, you know what? I'll address that one more time since you asked nicely. Yeah, shares on loan are down by 31%. By 31 million on Ortex. The stock market has been red for several days consistently. There's no need to short AMC and GameStop and spend a ton of money shorting shares that you borrowed when you could just let them go down with the with the indices and the ETFs in which the underlying assets like AMC are held. Therefore, if the stock market is selling off, shorts are coming out on the SPY and IWM, the Russell 1000 and 2000. You're going to see AMC go down in price without AMC and GameStop having to be shorted directly. This makes it so that they can return some of the borrowed shares that they didn't actually use, with the exception of the possibility that they use those borrowed shares as as collateral for the SFT pawn shop program in order to try to meet margin calls. Now that they've been able to use those shares, and in order to get the cost to borrow to drop, as well as the short interest to drop, they returned the shares. Now that they've returned 30 million shares, it's reduced their cost to borrow. And if they need it, they can begin to accumulate more shares at a lower price because they returned 30 million shares that they didn't need to use across the last 2 trading days because the market's been in the complete fucking shitter. Therefore, A plus B equals C. Markets get going down. They don't need to use the shares of AMC that they borrowed, so they return them and reduce the cost to borrow and number of shares they have on loan, thus saving a little bit of money. Or should I say losing a little bit less money. Easy. They lose less money, stock price is already going down, and they get to bring the cost to borrow down, as well as the short interest. Lots of positives for them to do those kinds of things. So I'm not surprised in the slightest. It's an ebb and flow, just like everything else in the markets. Just the way that the market trades up, then down, then sideways is the same thing that happens to cost to borrows and short interest and borrowed shares. Up, down, sideways, etc. Everything needs to be controlled to the extent possible in order for them to maintain their stranglehold. And in the moments that we've been speaking, the S&P has lost all of its gains and is now completely flat on the day. Tony H., I disagree. That is good for us. I just don't think you really understand what I'm saying, my friend. And that's not meant to be insulting. That's the way mechanics of the market work. If the markets are going down, shares are not needed to borrow to short AMC and GameStop. Really quite simple. Yeah, Demeter, people keep bringing that up. I'm pretty stoked about that. Weiss Asset Management. We'll pull that up here next. But real quick, say what's up to my man Sleepy Joe, everybody. Say, hey, Sleepy Joe. Get a picture with that Chinese flag for me. Check out our market scanner and see what's hopping right now. Revlon is now up 156%. Look at that. Pixie. More pink sheet stuff is just moving around. Shift Pixies going for 41 cents, up 82%. There are 276,000 shares to borrow on Shift Pixie. Their human capital service provider provides solutions for contingent part-time workforce demands, primarily in restaurant and hospitality trades. Yeah, I would not be looking to a part-time workforce provider in this economy, personally, but to each his own. They provide basic payroll processing, human resources systems technology. I wouldn't touch Pixie with a 10-foot pole, but hey, to each his own. If you're able to make money off of it, I respect and appreciate that. Revlon still hanging out strong after a Chapter 11 bankruptcy announcement. Friendable Inc., FOMO Corp., and Gold Entertainment Group. A bunch of fractional pink sheet garbage. Clovis Oncology, also a penny stock, but heavily shorted per my understanding. They had some really big runs last year in January and May 2021. Or should I say February and June, technically, if I recall correctly. Go back to the watch list and see what's going on over here. Aeroclean still taking a beating. Let's take a look at the others from last few days. Redbox, as expected, taking an absolute beating. Markets up, Redbox and Aeroclean are down. I wouldn't be surprised to see Redbox make another run up tomorrow, as there's 0 shares left to borrow. But this thing's got a 226% implied volatility with a 399% historical volatility. Redbox must be stopped. It must be slowed down for these market makers and hedge funds. They do not want to close out more shorts on the Redbox due to the merger with Chicken Soup for the Soul that's coming in this second half. Matt Labarge, there's no story with the article about 2-3 bonus stock for AMC that's not pertaining to AMC in any way whatsoever. Redbox trading sideways before it has another movement. That thing's going to break one way or another, up or down. Chicken Soup for the Soul is the name of the company that's buying Redbox in a deal that is going for shares of the company. It's greatly diluting Redbox, and the SPY is now negative. The Russell's negative. The NASDAQ is up 0.59%. And you're going to see There you go. AMC and GameStop lose their gains for the day. There goes AMC. There goes BBB, BBBY, BBIG. There goes Bank of America's gains. Atarian's gains. Biora's losing its gains. Bluebird's down 8.6%. Beyond's Meat's down 1.84%. Go. Like I said, GameStop's going to lose its gains. Trade within that channel between $124 and $116 for the majority of the day. Might even go underneath $116. Probably will. Let's be honest with you. Let's be honest with each other, I should say. Google is flat on the day as the S&P's still fighting for its life. The Dow Jones is turned red as well. IWM, half a percentage point in the red. Yeah, somebody's writing FUD about AMC bonus stock. That shit's nonsense. It's not real. Wherever the fuck you read that, stop going there for news. Lucid Group and Meta Platforms are down. Meta Materials is still up at the moment at $1.50, which is probably literally like a cent or two. Not even a big deal. So we're starting off to a slow start this morning as the market tries to grind a little bit. Triple Qs are flat. Redbox is down 22%. Nothing out of the ordinary. Nothing to be, that's astounding here. The majority of Redbox, in my opinion, and per my understanding, is owned by Apollo Management Group, which is a hedge fund. And TBT, ProShares Ultra Short 20-year Treasury bonds, has just turned green on the day. Apollo Creed lives. Bought 22 more AMC. Congratulations, my friend. That's a lot of fucking money. Looking at the VIX is still down 2.67%. But I wouldn't be surprised to watch that thing turn around here very shortly. Yeah, so much for a green day on the markets, huh? The SPX's recent low yesterday was 37.34. Currently trading at 37.50. Desperately trying to keep itself from going back down to 37.34. We've had a 37.50 support bounce off of once, twice. Maybe you could include that one, but let's just say 3 times so far. Bouncing off 37.50 and going in for another retest. All 3 major U.S. stock indices are now down in choppy trading with a negative sentiment, according to Interactive Brokers and Reuters News. What's going on, everybody? Thanks for joining us today. Taking a look at broader markets. I'm scoping out my portfolio here, a couple of them, briefly. AeroClean. See, Benzinga's top upgrades and downgrades. Like we believe anything they've got to say anyway, but I'm going to check it out and see what the fuck they're talking about. Downgrades. Best Buy. Home Street and Netflix. People's Bancorp. AeroClean Technologies downgraded the previous rating of buy to hold. In the first quarter, AeroClean Tech showed an EPS of 19 cents compared to 14 cents from the year ago quarter. The stock has a 52-week high of $117 a share and a 52-week low of $1.76. At the end of the last trading period, AeroClean closed at $17.25. There's no options on AeroClean, so there's no implied volatility, but the historical volatility is still sitting strong at 294. It's got to get crushed before they can continue moving upwards in that. The implied volatility gets too high. It becomes very expensive for these guys to make moves. I like how 16 minutes ago, Reuters was talking about Wall Street rebounding after a big sell-off. And then 6 minutes ago, they're talking about how all indices are choppy. It's no surprise whatsoever. Pixie's up over 100% so far. Looks like 77% right now. It was up at 49 cents a few minutes ago. Yeah, this stock is so dangerous. Take a peek at their options chain and see what it's looking like anyway. Almost no open interest for July. Almost no open interest for October. 1,064 people selling for this strike in January of 2023. 1,100 people selling the 250 strike. Doesn't appear to be any buyers on the calls. And again, our top gainer on the day is Revlon, the bankrupt baby, the bankruptcy baby here. Let's take a quick peek at today's Ortex update for Amy. This is as of Tuesday, 7 a.m. There has been 62,000 shares returned, 331,000 shares borrowed, for a borrowed change increase of 268,000 AMC shares. The minimum cost to borrow has increased to 10.49%, which is quite significant. The average cost to borrow is now over 20%, which is very significant. And the cost to borrow maximum is at 33%, which is extremely significant. With a current short interest of the free flow estimate Buy Ortex at 20%, over 20%. The 103.63 shares short. So as you can see, they returned millions of shares just so that they could get that cost to borrow down a little bit. And then they borrowed 268,000 more shares than they returned today, which has increased the cost to borrow further. Thanks, Big Rick. Appreciate you posting the update, my friend. That's excellent to see. 33% maximum cost to borrow increase. Bitcoin just raced under 22K. Is that right? Let's hit that permissions. Real quick before we look at the next Ortex data, let's go look at our Bitcoin real and see what's happening here. There it is. Bitcoin barely clinging to 22,000. Barely. It's going back in for another retest of the 21,000. MicroStrategy is down 24%. This is Michael Saylor's stock. Let's take a peek at Revlon. Sorry, this is AMC here. Here's Revlon. Not sure if you're able to see that right there. Revlon's cost to borrow max is 261%. Their average is 47%, and their minimum is 9.56. There's 53,000 shares returned, 94,000 shares borrowed for a 40,000 share increase of borrowed shares for Revlon. 54% estimated short interest. 54%. And considering the stock's going bankrupt, are you surprised? The shorts are going to come out to play, man. Utilization's at 100%. From 7 days ago, the cost to borrow increased 274%. There you go. For those of you unaware, there's AMC's Ortex update. Good increases overall. Jam Bams, thanks for the heads up. 30-year mortgage rates have surged well over 6%. This is the worst year for mortgages since 1979. Take a look. The S&P is red. The NASDAQ composite is red. The Russell's 1,000 and 2,000 are red. Ladies and gentlemen, it's time for the party to get started here. And the market to continue what it was doing yesterday. 37.42 on the spot on the S&P. Oh, that's rough. SPY's retesting the lows right now, going in for another attempt. A lot of sideways trading action. It's consolidation day, ladies and gentlemen. Let's let that snake coil up here and see which way she breaks. Inflation has reared its ugly head, forcing people to pay more for groceries, rent, and fuel, according to the Motley Fool. With prices rising so quickly, investors can look to companies that are less exposed to higher costs to protect their portfolios from inflation. AMC, Netflix, and DraftKings fit that description. Of course, they're not entirely immune to rising costs, but in aggregate, they are less harmed by inflation than others. Interesting. There's only 98,000 shares of AMC left to borrow right now, 98,000. And a lot of that's got to do with the shares that were returned, as we just showed you on the Ortex update. But even still, more shares were taken out today than were returned. Wow, Boyle is just getting walloped. Down 33%. It's getting fucking wrecked. Let's see WTI. Whoops. June futures for WTI are looking at 123.35. 123.35. That's fucking nuts. Up from 120 yesterday and 117 the day before that. Fun times ahead, my friends. Historically, oil tends to crash immediately before or during a market crash situation. Take a look on the Twitterverse and see how everything's going. Oops. 30-year Treasury yields are preparing to retest their 2018 highs. So, back in 2018, after a 25 basis point rate hike, when stocks fell 20%, the Fed stopped tightening. Yesterday, stocks were down 22% before the FOMC, and the Fed leaked a 75 basis point rate hike. In addition, the market is not oversold. Here's the 2018 20% drop and the FOMC reversal with one rate hike and one QT. Now we haven't even seen quantitative tapering begin. Or tightening. Let's not even get there. But we have seen a few, 25 basis point rate hikes and such. K-Mets, you're misinterpreting the data about the FOMC. That's the target rate. It includes the current 75 basis points. That's why the target rate's 150, because you take 75 and add 75 more that they're about to raise it, and that becomes 150 target rate. All of this before the FOMC meeting tomorrow. Matt McShane, apparently you need to open your eyes, my friend, because the crash has been happening every day since the beginning of January. But I understand it's difficult for many people to realize this fact. So I don't blame you for not understanding that. Well, ladies and gentlemen, the SPY was green. It is now down almost half a percentage point. Chris Montague brings up a great point. We have been in an unofficial recession for a long time. Even if the government does not want you to think it's a recession, that does not mean we are not in a recession. In the first quarter of 2021, Americans had $4 trillion in their savings. In the first quarter of 2022, that number was cut by 75% to $1.15 trillion. What's up, Hen Dog? Clovis Oncology still up 32% on the day. GameStop holding on to 119. Robinhood hanging out at $7.21. The Dow Jones Industrial has extended its losses to half a percentage point in the red. The NDXT has lost majority of its gains. The NASDAQ 100 is negative 0.18 right now. Redbox down 30% on the day. Imagine that IV's getting crushed. It won't make another move till tomorrow, at least from the looks of it. If it decides to make a movement, which I would assume it does, since they're looking at a merger at the end of the second quarter and shorts have to cover. Yes, Jose, I do have an idea why the VIX is not moving. It's called price suppression, my friend. The volatility index is suppressed by the Fed and the plunge protection team in order to keep the general public from realizing that the stock market is crashing. Most people don't know the stock market is crashing until the VIX goes over 40. That's why every time it gets near 39, the plunge protection team steps in and sells billions and tens of billions of dollars in naked shorts on the VIX, leading to failures to deliver by the United States Treasury. It's also a bit of a lagging indicator. it takes a little bit of time for it to start showing its gains or losses because of the fact that it's based on the options volume of the SPY. Or should I say the S&P, not the SPY. No problem, Jose. Glad I could answer. So yeah, that's the kind of thing that the further the market goes down, it takes a little time, but eventually it catches up, and then you could see it do something it's not supposed to. But yeah, it's continuing to get pushed down, being drawn down, being the fact that the stock market's completely flat on the day, the SPY, S&P, but the VIX is down 3.5%. It kind of shows you a little bit of an indication of the way that money is being spent. The bear market has taken $1.28 trillion out of the S&P 500. $1.280 billion. U.S. equity index futures were green. They're not anymore. The market is literally at 0% right now. U.S. May PPI in line, which is still absurd. Green thumb, if these plays don't run in 2 weeks, I think you need to go reevaluate your own investments and don't worry about what the fuck we're doing. Thank you very much. The bear takes a $1.280 billion bite out of the S&P 500 Monday, which marked a grim day for United States stock markets. The S&P 500 plunged 3.8% yesterday and confirmed it was in a bear market after coming close to that level in May.
I love the Motley Fool and Buy AMC Now article released an hour ago.
Yeah. Well, they've got a great point. The movie theater does have a great hedge against inflation. The cost of movies is not going up that much. And the fact that they have killer profits on concessions and are moving into the retail popcorn industry and have their own popcorn farms already is absolute perfection, in my opinion.
It's just hilarious. Like, after 6,000 articles of, like, avoid this shitty stock, basically. It's like, all right, it's about to run. Let's throw a positive article.
Yeah, I don't know what kind of fucking nonsense you guys are talking about. You need to reevaluate in 2 weeks, but I'm not fucking leaving. I'm not leaving in 2 weeks. I'm not leaving in 2 months. I don't fucking care how long it takes. I don't know what the fuck is wrong with some of you people, but patience is key. If you don't have patience, go find something else. Go find something else, because you're not in the right place in the stock market if you don't have patience, as far as I'm concerned.
Go play with Lego, maybe?
And you got to have a lot of patience to play with Legos as well.
Duplo.
Lego Duplo, the big ones for kids.
Legos are for big boys and girls.
That's right. What's going on, Martin? It's good to hear from you, brother.
It's all good. Just talking a little bit, chatting a bit in the YouTube chat.
Very cool. Roger LaFontaine. Every week that passes, I save more on long-term capital gains. Ain't that true, my friend? Let's take a look and see what Revlon is doing. I'm actually pretty interested in see what the hell this fucking shit show is doing here. Revlon's still up 111%. Rainmaker worldwide. This penny stock bullshit. This 4-cent stock is up 108%. on a penny and a half movement. Pixie, more pink sheet crap. It's the only things that are in the green really right now, except for Revlon, which has a massive short interest due to the bankruptcy, Chapter 11, that was just announced. Clovis Oncology, heavily shorted stock, also a penny stock, but saw massive movements in February and June of last year. Pretty cool to see. Exceptional. Looking at the greater indices, S&P is now up 0.25%. You say this market is absolutely crazy right now. Absolutely nuts. The energy sector is up 2.8%. Commodities, that's what's going to wreck people. Showed you guys the divergence yesterday, the major divergence we're seeing between the oil price and the US dollar. It's only a matter of time before oil catches up to it. It is traced up way too far, it's tracked way too far away from the price of the dollar right now. The material sector's down, utility sector's down, gold and silver indexes are down. Oil's up slightly. Financial sector's up 0.5 percentage point. Great news. Consumer staples. Actually seem to be fairly well priced. Not sure if I would jump into it personally. How many people are feeling the crypto dump today, you know? $2 trillion of market cap is gone in crypto. Pretty much this year. So the crypto market cap is down 70% from its all-time highs. Everything's fine. No liquidity issues here. This is what people are misinterpreting. 150 to 175 target rate in basis points. This means that that's where they're targeting. We're currently at 75 basis points. So we'd only need a 75% increase to get to 150. That's where this target rate comes in. So please do not misinterpret the data. We're going to see the biggest tightening in 3 decades in a confirmed bear market and recession. Meanwhile, for the past 14 years, the Fed was continuously bailing out gamblers during a bull market expansion. Business as usual. Look at the equity put and call ratio. The highs are the puts to the calls. You can see that they were really heavy in 2011, 16, 19, and 20. And they're still not even halfway there on the put to call ratio and where we should be. Ladies and gentlemen, we're in for a fun ride once things take off. Same thing with the total put call ratio with the NASDAQ, with the NDX, NASDAQ 100. We've seen couple rate hikes so far. QE is not even over yet, technically. And the puts have still not reflected the drop in price on the NDX. That means as the puts go higher, this price will come significantly lower. Here's the last two bailouts we saw in 09 and 2020. And now we're in the tightening stages. And here's the VIX. What do you think comes next, guys? What happened here? Massive volatility, couple drops, and huge spikes. Massive volatility, few drops, and a huge spike. And what are we seeing? Massive volatility. Probably going to get your little drop, and then a huge spike. If it doesn't take off right away. Look at the trends for people searching a recession is nearly at all-time highs. It was only higher during the COVID incidents. This is the worst declines in the entire history of the New York Stock Exchange. That we saw yesterday. These are advanced and decline issues. Declines are down. Here. 2008 was here. We have far exceeded that. And the market is only down about 20% so far. The overvaluation of this market is ridiculous. Yeah, as much as I like this, and I agree with some of this, I think the time frame spread out really far. Too far. But we'll see how it goes. Sleepy Joe says hi. Take a picture with him. Still completely flat. That's going to be the story of the day, it looks like today, guys. We're going to see sideways trading for the majority of the day. Oh, Joe Biden's about to speak on CNBC. Oh, that might be exactly what they're waiting for right now. Joe Biden to open his fucking mouth.
And the markets crash. While he's speaking, not now.
As soon as he opens his fucking mouth. Build back better. Season 2 has begun. And it's an absolute dumpster fire. Dow Jones Industrial is completely flat. S&P's up 0.17. The Nasdaq's flat as shit. Russell 1000's up 0.14. Just flat all around. Redbox is down 32% right now. All right, everybody, really simple. I explained this already, but I'll explain it one more time for those of you that just got here about the short interest. AMC estimated short interest fell from 22 to 20%. Earlier today, shares on loan had been increasing faster than short interest for several weeks, so it is likely that the bulk of the 30 million shares returned yesterday had not been sold short. Why didn't they need to do this, people? Because the market's fucking crashing and the ETFs and the indices are all dragging down the underlying assets. So what do they need to sell shares short for that they already borrowed to waste more fucking money? That'd be like throwing money in a fire. It's already a dumpster fire as it is. So they just held on to them and returned them to bring down the cost to borrow. AMC utilization remains at 100% despite a large return of shares. The shares may have been recalled by the lender and have not been made available for further lending. Therefore, if, say, BlackRock recalled shares of AMC, they were returned to them, and then the hedge fund had to go elsewhere to find them. That's just an example. This may be related to a strategic business decision or the cost to borrow, which continues to rise. So therefore, as I just stated, they want to get the cost to borrow down. It's cheap and easy to return some shares if they're not shorting them because the market's down heavily, which is very, very good for short hedge funds in the short term, not in the midterm or the long term. And it's strategic business decision by the lender who's getting those shares back so that they don't get margin called. So say Vanguard could be recalling shares from anyone or from everyone, let's put it that way. GME estimated short interest has fallen from 22 to 16%, a net decrease of 4 million shares. As with AMC, the number of shares on loan is significantly larger than the short interest, so they may not need to have been purchased in order to be returned. MMAT, same thing. Although the average cost to borrow rose to its highest level in 11 months, cost to borrow on the first loans recorded today have average cost to borrow of 218%, suggesting the large return of shares has not increased availability. Let's see, KC Shaw, my guy. Security lending volume. Utilization only stays at 100% if you lend more shares to pay off lent shares. Perfection. Make sure you guys check out KC Shaw on YouTube if you haven't already. Excuse me. That one's a couple days old, so there's no point in discussing that right there. And of course, our nearly bankrupt star of the day, Revlon, still up 105% to $2.41. Is that shit halted? No, it's still moving. It looks like it was halted, though, considering it's highlighted in red. Yep, it definitely was. Shares have resumed trading. Revlon shares halted on circuit breaker to the upside, 127% movements. which was quite a little while ago. It was 59 minutes ago. We saw it here. We discussed it at the time, but still really interesting. People need to start getting ready for that shit. It's going to become common once everything moves. The only things moving are penny stocks and heavily shorted meme stocks like Clovis Oncology and Revlon. And then the occasional energy corporation like HUSA. And everything else is OTC pink sheet bullshit. Solar integrated roofing is up. Again, 15 cents total. FedEx is up. Transport is up 12.86%.
Before the Bank of England gets a grip of, what it's doing in the longer run.
Lizzie, I also feel like a few weeks ago, right, didn't Andrew Bailey say, please don't increase your wages? And I wonder if, A, we're going to hear similar things to that on Thursday, and how that actually would fly when the already high wage increases that we've seen is nowhere near the kind of inflation. I mean, I feel like that I understand the idea behind it from an economic sense, and from a practical sense, that's really rough to start telling people.
Yeah, it was controversial when he first said it, and he stood by it and said it again and again. To be fair, he's also said that firms need to be careful about price rises, and he said that he's not taking a pay rise, although he's on £500,000 a year, or thereabouts. It's not a message that has been received so well in the UK, but also the Prime Minister has echoed it himself. He says he's worried about a wage price spiral in the UK, and on the political side, you've got this the struggles over the strike action, and unions saying that they're going to join in with the other unions saying that they're going to join in, when you've got such a disparity between private sector wage growth and public sector wage growth. And if they can't get pay rises in the middle of a cost of living crisis in the UK, when can they? So, it's a difficult question all round.
Looks like Clovis Oncology still up 35%. KOLD, Bloomberg ProShares Ultra Short, is down up 32%. Houston American Energy up 24%. Redbox down 36%. Boyle down 32% nearly. And then what do we have? Outset Medical Inc. down 30.5%. Equities around the world. So the Nikkei is still down, was down 0.7%. Sweden was down a percentage point. Netherlands almost the same. Spain over 1%. France down 0.75%. The German DAX down 0.5%. Canada iShares Canada is down 0.66, and E-mini S&P is down 0.25 percentage point. The Mexican Bolsa is up 0.22, and the FTSE 100 is index is flat. The FTSE MIB is 0.2 in the green. Kospi 200 is 0.26 in the green. Hang Seng is pretty much flat as far as futures go here. Equity volatility around the world, the United States seems to be down 2.5%, which is absolute absurdity. With this market just all over the place. Data released on Tuesday supported the sunny notion of post-peak inflation. Oh, that's funny. They said post-peak inflation. Jesus. They're fucking lying to us. They're lying to everybody. U.S. firms are disinclined to stop passing price increases along to the consumer, despite a decline in real wages and weakening consumer purchasing power, fueling fears that an increasingly hawkish Fed will push the economy into a recession. Again, we're already there. They just fail to acknowledge that fact. Just like inflation was transitory. And just like Saddam has weapons of mass destruction. The Labor Department's PPI, Producer Price Index, doubled April's increase, rising 0.8% last month and hitting the consensus bullseye. On an annual basis, it's a scorching 10.8% increase in PPI, which is slightly cooler than was expected by the markets. And that could be a large reason why you're seeing even a little bit of a green day today. It's not priced in, my friend. It's not priced in. Not at all. And they tried real hard to pump the SPY. It looks like the S&P went from 3730 to 3760. And it's gone. Back down to 3737 on the 1 minute candles. And just look at it, you could see that it's consistently making lower lows and lower highs. Tomorrow is likely to be an absolutely disgusting day on the markets. Jack says Pelosi in a recent interview states inflation's a good thing. It means people are going back to work. That out of touch, I'm just gonna leave it at that. That bitch is so out of touch, it's crazy. This Friday is a huge options expiration day. There are $3.2 trillion worth of options contracts that expire that afternoon. And it could rock the markets on Friday because there's a lot of money to be made trading expiries. But it's the quarterly options expiration cycles that garner the most trading attention. And the open interest in them is watched by professionals and increasingly by retail traders who are starting to understand what happens behind the scenes. Basically, open interest is the number of options contracts, calls and puts that have been entered into, either bought or sold, and have not been closed out or expired. Analyzing the open interest in certain contracts going into the OPEX can be an indication of what the market might do. And it's not, other speculators or investors that are taking the other side of the options buyers' bets every time on calls or puts. Usually it's the market makers, dealers whose business it is to sell calls and puts. Most options contracts don't actually exist until someone wants to buy one or sell one that they don't already own if they're not buying it from another retail investor, which could be happening, but is less likely. Here's an article that came out yesterday that a lot of people are still unaware about. There's a massive bank run, financial runs in China right now. Many, many people are unable to access their funds. These are demonstrators in the last few weeks. This article was put out June 12th, so day before yesterday. It says, let's see, In worst cases, banks' liquid cash reserves are exhausted. Not everyone gets their money, and the bank defaults. It's a grim scenario, which fortunately has occurred rarely in history. The most significant bank runs occurred during the 1930s Great Depression. Oh man, you guys remember this from Evergrande? Hang on. Return our money, these protesters were chanting at Evergrande headquarters in Shenzhen in 2021. Wow.
那个心都让狗给吃了吧？老百姓那个钱容易吗？我们把我们家所有的财产给2套房都卖了，说在你们恒大买房，你们恒大是5块钱，他们如果不给我钱，我
Oh my God.
家所有的。
We sold everything we've had, both of our flats, so that we could buy property with Evergrande. Because you were one of the world's top 500 companies. If they don't give me my money back, I'll jump off a tall building. They've cheated me out of all my money, is what this lady's saying. I have nothing left. What I want now is to get my money back. If not on time, then they must give us a date. This date would guarantee that we would... We need to have this sense of security. Shit. I'm sorry, but that's not fucking happening. Multiple sources contacted by Asia markets have confirmed deposits at the following 6 banks have been frozen since mid-April. Yuzhou, Zicheng, Shanghai, New Oriental, Huaihe, Jishan. It's understood that banks with branches across the Henan and Anhui provinces issued announcements in April stating they would suspend online banking and mobile banking services due to a system upgrade. At the same time, clients reported their electronic deposits in online accounts, mobile apps, and third-party platforms could not be withdrawn. This led to depositors rushing to local bank branches only to be told they were unable to withdraw funds. By late May, images emerged on Chinese social media of demonstrations. Asia Markets has verified these images with local contacts. According to one user on WeChat, the protests are ongoing but rarely mentioned in the Chinese press. It has caused widespread concern, but the media attention is not high. The highest degree of concern is in the 4 banks of Henan. And in case you guys are unaware, all Shanghai banks now are restricting with depositor withdrawals. All Shanghai banks now. The People's Bank of China has responded to the bank run. It issued a statement on April 25th. At present, relevant departments have launched an investigation. We will cooperate, blah, blah, blah. Bunch of fucking bullshit. Regardless of the cause, the developments raise serious questions about the health of China and its regulatory oversight. A 39-year-old said he had withdrawn all of his deposits from 10 other small banks that had promised him an annual yield of more than 4%. Another depositor said he placed his 900,000 renminbi in his village bank since 2020 at a return of 4%. He said, "I feel like I'm being slaughtered." He drove overnight to negotiate with the banking regulator in the capital of Henan in mid-May. "This is the money my wife and I have saved together since we got married. I had to lie to her that I was away for work." Fuck. This was June 9th, just a few days ago. Why just Shanghai? Man, that would be like asking why just the state of New York. That'd be like saying the entire state of New York is not allowing you to withdraw. Shit, probably not even larger than that. It'd probably be like saying the entire East Coast is not allowing people to withdraw their funds from their banks and is restricting depositors' withdrawals. HSBC said that the rise of China as a global economic power has caused concern that a crisis in Chinese banking could lead to a worldwide downturn, similar to the global financial crisis. And as we stated, let me just read this here. While many analysts believe China's banking system was widely immune to the Evergrande crisis, cracks are beginning to emerge, and should this bank run intensify, already volatile global markets could be faced with a black swan event even more significant than Evergrande. This was yesterday, 2 days ago, June 10th.
现在每天早上发300个号，发完就没有了。你看这么多人，要一早上8点钟来拿号，很多人现在来号都没有，就拿不到了，就不能进去了。
SPX 3738 going for retests. Check out Borks and see how it's doing. It's negative 4.26%. SPY at 374 making a bounce. SPY 52-week low. We've got a 52-week low on the SPY at 10:42 Eastern Time. No surprises there whatsoever for me. And Evergrande's a huge deal, everybody. In case you're unaware, just yesterday there was an announcement put out from Solactive, which is one of the largest indices creators in Germany. And they are removing China Evergrande from all of these indices. These, here, all of these indices in Germany are having Evergrande removed at a share price of $0.00 per share. Collateral is going to be at great risk. And you know what? Now that I think about it, if market makers I'm thinking clearly now. If BlackRock and Vanguard found out about this, they would recall those shares, those 30 million shares from AMC. Because BlackRock owns over 40 million shares of AMC and Vanguard owns over 10 million shares of AMC. So for them to request these back would be very smart to prevent their own margin call. This is effective at market open on June 16th, 2022. Due to the ongoing suspension of China Evergrande Group, China Evergrande Group will be removed from the index at the price of 0. And what index? All of these. All of these indexes. So I am extremely happy to see that. And I think a lot of people should be as well. Yeah, I feel like this is the calm before the storm. Some crazy shit's about to happen. Things are extremely, extremely calm right now. The market's completely flat. The NASDAQ's completely flat, slightly red. Everything's slightly in the red. We're going to retest those lows. We're going to test those hoes from different area codes. Let's get Ludacris in here. Josiah, there's been no avoiding this crash for quite a long while, unfortunately. It is just a matter of time, my friend. The SEC has charged Weiss Asset Management with short sale violations. Weiss Asset Management has been charged by the SEC for short sale violations. Yet another one. Another one. I'll be right back in just a minute. I'm going to grab some water. Be right back in like 2 minutes. So, it's retesting those new lows. It's got to be pretty fucking embarrassing to have multiple 52-week lows on the same day. Well. Looks like former New York Fed Dudley said that he believes they're going to do 75 basis points at the FOMC meeting tomorrow. Here, thanks Red Velvet. Great job pulling this up, my friend. Take a look at the Twitterverse. Today, the Securities Exchange Commission announced Weiss Asset Management, an investment advisory firm, has agreed to pay $6.9 million to settle charges that it violated federal securities laws when it unlawfully purchased stock in 7 public offerings after selling short those same stocks. Ocelot makes a great point. Are the investors that got defrauded getting restitution? Or are you just going to pocket the money stolen to make more ridiculous ads attacking investors? What a fucking joke. U.S. 52-week bill auction. U.S. sells $38 billion worth of 52-week bills at a high rate of 3%. Awards 80% of the bids at the high. It's better than yesterday. And Friday's no bid status. All right, everybody hanging out in the think tank. That's great to see you guys. Markets dive, Fed eyes bigger rise. Mohammed El-Arian, the economist from UK Cambridge, I believe, says quite a Wall Street Journal front page illustrating the ongoing, quite fundamental change in financial conditions due to inflation and how it's being handled. A big question, and it's consequential, is how far will this liquidity regime change, undermine economic well-being, and market function? Bitcoin fell 15%. Yeah, Bitcoin's in a rough spot, man. That's for sure. Looks like on June 7th, the AsiaMarkets.com posted that an exiled billionaire was tipped off about Evergrande's bombshell. Miles Guo claimed he's been given advance notice that property giant China Evergrande is to file for bankruptcy. Guo, who was once the 73rd richest man in China before becoming a controversial political activist, said that last week a guy working at Citibank showed me something. He said, Miles, look at this. We're going to make an announcement. We already know that Evergrande is going to file for bankruptcy. That could be exactly, if this guy has been told that Evergrande's going to file for bankruptcy, he's one of China's richest men, and we also have confirmation from Germany that they're going to be removing Evergrande from these indices. It should be confirmation that Dr. Marco Metzler's intentions of pushing Evergrande towards bankruptcy might actually be nearing its end stages here. He went on to claim he was given insider information. He went on to claim he was given insider information about this stuff. What my source meant is that I could do a short trading and make big money. Guo says he didn't make the insider trade because he has never been interested in speculation business. He said, I've never made quick money in my life. The statement contradicts claims from the Chinese government, which accused the businessman of bribing, kidnapping, fraud, and even rape, leading to Guo fleeing from China to the United States in 2014. It's worth noting that he made the claim about the Citibank tip-off after this publication posted an article about a letter Citibank had sent investors revealing Evergrande has defaulted on their bonds. This is the same letter that Dr. Marco Metzler received after he's been pushing for months and months and months. Evergrande bondholder, I will never see my money again. Well, I think we know who that is. Dr. Marco Metzler, a respected German financial analyst and outspoken critic of the handling of the Evergrande's debt crisis, says he received a letter from Citi earlier this week, all but confirming the company is broke. Ladies and gentlemen, you've had Dr. Marco Metzler on this channel here 5 times with us already. The last time we had him on live, just a few days ago, just last week I meant to say, on Friday, to discuss these exact things. These things that we see on international news outlets, the ones that are actually willing to cover them, are a massive, massive deal. In the sense that what we're discussing right now, what Dr. Marco Metzler is doing, is changing, literally changing the future in every way imaginable. Every single second, minute, microsecond that Evergrande is pushed into bankruptcy earlier rather than later saves more people from bankruptcy, from losing their investments, and from having further pensions and 401ks invested into this trash. So I applaud him for that. Citigroup said that it serves as a paying agent for a number of Evergrande's offshore bonds. And unfortunately, it appears the media coverage is taking its course. There's no media coverage on this stuff. Asia Markets is one of the few that's actually posting on this. Look at all of these articles.
TBT heading up, bro.
TBT.
Yep.
Let's go. Let's pull a Michael Burry. Markets price in 50 basis point rate rise for June. Half-point hikes on the table at the next 2 meetings. Scorching CPI keeps door ajar for 75 basis point move. Banks to cut growth forecast, raise inflation outlook. Rate decision is due Wednesday. Wednesday afternoon, I think around 2 p.m., 2:30 p.m. Eastern Time. Well, you're not lying there. It's a small move, but it's a move nonetheless. TBT up to $29 a share now for the ProShares Ultra Short 20-year Treasury bond. TBT is at a 52-week high, ladies and gentlemen. Damn, they say you can't time the market, boys and girls, but I think we've just timed the market. Cheers, motherfuckers. We're going to be filthy rich. Number one juggernaut, I completely disagree with your statement, but to each his own. You're welcome to think whatever you'd like, my friend. Aeroclean still at 1331, down 22.8% today after getting halted earlier. What else we got? The S&P is flat. The NASDAQ's up 0.1. The Russell's flat. Everything is going to be trading sideways. Tilray's up 5%. Thanks for the heads up. What's up, Dan? Julie, it's great to see you guys. Hey, Dana. What's up, everybody? Let's see. You've got a completely flat SPY, but the VIX suppression is real. 3285 on the volatility index as of right now. Well, I want to show you guys something. Since there's not a whole lot happening on the markets right now anyway, we'll take a quick view. Everything's completely flat. Everything's at zero. Almost absolute fucking zero right now. AMC's up 1.57% at 1166. BlackBerry's up 2%. CEI as well. Clovis Oncology seems to be our star of the day with 51.5 million volume so far. At one point today, it was well over $1.12. Currently trading at 94 cents. Opened the day at 79 cents. There are 0 shares of Clovis Oncology left to borrow. Let's see what the options chain looks like for Clovis Oncology for July 15th. It's looking like $7 strikes going for 3 cents as the last sale. $4 strikes going for 6 cents as the last sale, and $2 strikes going for 11 cents. October is looking at around 20 cents for a $5 strike, 13 cents for a $4 strike, 14 cents for a $3 strike as the last trade. Not a ton of open interest, but a few thousand. So it's not terrible. It's not great, but it's definitely not as bad as some of that crap we were looking at earlier today. Forgot the name of that stock. The other one that was running hard earlier, that is just completely fallen off a cliff here. I'll take a look at it right now on the market scanner. Pixie. Yeah, Pixie, this pink sheet crap has absolutely no open interest. Even though it's still up 61% of the day. Revlon's still up 107%. Bunch of OTC garbage. Septon Inc. looks to be halted. Nicole Wen, I really appreciate your contribution. Nicole asks, hey boss, where should we move our money after the squeeze? I'm truly sorry, Nicole, but I'm not a financial advisor, and where I would move my money after the squeeze may not be the same place that you move your money. It may be financially irresponsible for you to do the same thing that I am doing, for example. But personally, I plan to diversify into other meme stocks, into precious metals, into physical precious metals, and other tangible assets and businesses, which will for now remain unnamed. But Septon was in fact halted for a volatility halt on a circuit breaker to the upside. It was up 51% at the time, kept going, went up to 207 or so on the day. Yeah, the high was 206. Currently trading at $1.61, still up 65%. Well, I'm sorry, my apologies. At the time, it was up 65%. As of right now, it's trading at $1.64, which is a 56% gain on the day. Let's see what else we've got over here. MSP recovery, just garbage. KOLD, the ultra short Bloomberg. That's all right. Nothing really of note is what is really moving right now. It's the market appears to have stalled. It feels like it seems to be, you know, a flat line, just a complete flat line on the heart monitor of the S&P right now. Let's take a look at Centro. What was the former name of this stock? I know this, but it's just not coming to me. Centro. I know this. I know some of you guys know. There you go. Naked Brand. Thanks. Cen is the former NAKD stock ticker. It is now known as CENN. It's up 7.93% on the day, but it did run all the way up to $1.80 a share earlier, so it was up a little bit, quite a bit more earlier. Looks like they've entered a new partnership with Princeton New Energy. They're working on sustainability in the electric vehicle sector using advanced lithium-ion battery-powered vehicles and leveraging Princeton's battery recycling technology. Basically, using the P&E recycling process is supposed to cut costs by 44% compared to mining the source minerals, and 39% than traditional hydrometallurgical processes. That's NAKD, former NAKD, ladies and gentlemen. Again, now known as CENN. I will also save them to my watch list because NAKD was an extremely heavily shorted stock. Take a look. Why is it moving? COTY is trading higher after they reaffirmed its 2022 outlook. Pool Corp is down 6.85%. ALNY is trading higher after the company received FDA approval of Amvuttra for the treatment of Hatter amyloidosis in adults. Not sure what that is, but if it helps people, I'm happy. Let's hear that. Pacero Biosciences is trading lower after the company reported preliminary May net product sales. NEO Inc. shares are trading higher amid strength in Chinese stocks. Also, the company announced it will hold a product launch event tomorrow. It's got a 16.5% gain on the day at $18.62. Legacy Housing is down 7.5%. Outset Medical is trading lower after the company announced it implemented a shipment hold on new Tableau systems pending FDA review. Down 29%. That's pretty bad. ConocoPhillips and Marathon both up slightly. Valco Energy 7% almost. National Vision up 9.85%. PBF Energy up 7%. Occidental Petroleum trading higher after Barclays raised its price target on the stock from $74 to $84. And still trading at $63.46 a share. Margin calls, 2 p.m. Everybody knows that. Trey Spider, that's good, man. Famous Brands says Public Investment Corporation's SOC's entire beneficial interest amounts to 10% of the total number of securities in issue. It's a disclosure from SOC Limited. OCC monthly options. Aiders up 10%. All right. Let's take a look at it. Ethereum Inc. up 10.5% right now, almost. At $2.76 a share. Respectable move so far. No real reason as to the movement. Ethereum is at a recent low of 271. In the past, this has led to an increase in price. Price level indicators for Ethereum are close to a recent low. Historically, this led to a median increase in price of 144% over the following 3 months. They analyzed 6 similar occasions in the past to produce medium projection and confidence bands. So there have been 6 distinct episodes comprising of a total of 54 trading days. 100% of those 6 episodes, 100% of those days resulted in an upward move over a 3-month horizon. So the target returns were around 120%, and the actual returns were between 30 and 80%. That's a stark difference from what we saw on GameStop just a few days ago. GameStop's trading up higher 4%. I like the way that looks so far on almost no fucking volume. Dana Young, 2 girls, 1 share. So we got 613. This is exactly what I was looking for. So, my friend, GameStop's equity risk premium on trailing earnings per share reached a recent low of negative 6.9. In the past, this has led to an increase in price. Toggle analyzed 11 similar occasions, and historically, this led to a median increase in GameStop price of 178% over the following 3 months. The chart above shows the expected path, dotted line, based on performance during similar episodes in the past. Of these 11 distinct episodes, comprising a total of 169 trading days, 100% of those trading days resulted in an upward movement over a 3-month horizon. The target returns for these people were between 10 and 50%. Their actual, let me scroll up. Their actual returns were between 10 and 1,000%. Target returns between 10 to 50, and actual returns between 10 to 1,000%. As you can see, that's a stark difference from the chart we just looked at previously that was not GameStop, showing the returns of these issues. And again, GameStop has done this 11 out of 11 times. 100% of those episodes resulted in an upward movement of an average of around 178%, a median increase, I should say, not average, of 178% over the following 3 months. Boys and girls, I'd say we're about ready for a short squeeze. AMC's still at 1177. Meat has gone up a little bit, up 2.5%. Meanwhile, the SPY is down. The NASDAQ Composite's up 0.36, and the Russell 1000 is down 0.1. Ethereum up 9.6% at 274. Not shabby. Not too shabby. Yeah, AMC, everything's trading on extremely low volume today. All of these stocks. There's a massive amount of volume being held back today. Bluebird Bio Inc. is down 9.84%. I'm glad I scalped it yesterday while it was at highs. Bitcoin's trading at 22.6K right now. Pretty good loss. We got Naked Brand, former Naked Brand, CNN, still up 8.23. Clovis is still up 35.8%. Chicken Soup for the Soul Entertainment shares fell 15% in midday trading. The latest in a string of volatile trading days after the streaming company agreed to buy Redbox in an all-stock deal. Chicken Soup for the Soul is down 52% so far this year. How does this tie into AMC and GameStop? Mr. Forte noted that GameStop and AMC were both able to issue additional shares to raise capital. It appears unlikely, though, that Redbox would do that in the midst of a pending merger. Huh. Vengeance is mine. I won't relent till all their money's spent. I ain't through till they liquidate 0.72.
In June, the New York Times index of stocks rose 52 points. In July, another 25. At sea and on land, everyone seemed to be making money. It was a stampede of buying. and major speculators like John Jacob Raskob whipped up the frenzy. He told readers of the Ladies' Home Journal that now everyone could be rich.
Not everyone can be rich, my
the
friends.
stock market hit its all-time high. On September 5th, economist Roger Babson gave a speech to a group of businessmen.
Crazy, boss. Whole time I was
Sooner or
buying
later,
AMC
a
last
crash is
18 months,
coming,
I got laughed
and it
at.
may
Oh,
be
you should be
terrific.
buying Bitcoin. You should be
Been
buying
saying the same
Bitcoin.
thing for 2
Yeah, okay.
years. But now, for some reason, investors were listening. The market took a severe dip. They called it the Babson break. The next day, prices stabilized. But several days later, they began to drift lower. Though investors had no way of knowing it, the collapse had already begun. On September 12th, prices dropped 10%. They dipped sharply again on the 20th.
Oops.
Stock markets around the world were falling too. As the market floundered, financial leaders were as optimistic as ever. More so. Just 5 days before the crash, Thomas Lamont, acting head of the highly conservative Morgan Bank, wrote a letter to President Hoover. The future appears brilliant. Our securities are the most desirable in the world. Charles Mitchell assured nervous investors that things have never been better.
Marcel Kalinovic, Jim Cramer.
Monday, October 21st. Hoover, along with the political and financial leaders of the country, arrives in Dearborn, Michigan to celebrate the 50th anniversary of Edison's invention of the light bulb. The host is Henry Ford. The country is reminded that in 50 short years, men like Ford, Durant, and Edison had transformed America from a third-rate power into the industrial giant of the world. And while they celebrated, their world was beginning to fall apart.
The market opened in an absolutely free fall. An ugly crowd gathered outside the stock exchange, and it was described as making weird and threatening noises. It was indeed one of the worst days that had ever been seen down there.
There was a glimmer of hope on Black Thursday. Directly across from the New York Stock Exchange was a low, stately building, the House of Morgan. 22 years earlier, J. Pierpont Morgan had stopped the panic of 1907. October 24th, high noon. All eyes were now on acting head Thomas W. Lamont. Richard Whitney, vice president of the exchange, was chosen by the bankers to be their representative. At 1:30 in the afternoon, at the height of the panic, he strode across the floor and in a loud, clear voice ordered 10,000 shares of U.S. Steel at a price considerably higher than the last bid. He then went from post to post, shouting buy orders for key stocks. Morgan's bankers could no longer stem the tide. It was like trying to stop Niagara Falls. Everyone wanted to sell. AT&T down 50%.
Wow.
RCA wants $110 a share. Couldn't find buyers at 26. Blue Ridge 100 plunged to $3 and still no buyers. On the floor, they had never seen anything like it.
A fistful of red orders, just like chickens with their head cut off. They didn't know which way to run.
William Durant, the bull of the bulls, now tried single-handedly to support the market. The further it plunged, the more of his millions he poured into it. In brokers' offices across the country, the small investors, the tailors, the grocers, the secretaries, stared at the moving ticker in numbed silence. Hope of an easy retirement, the new home, their children's education, everything was gone. 500 miles from Wall Street in the Atlantic, the luxury liner the Berengaria was heading home. From Michael Meehan's brokerage office, word spread through the ship. The bottom's fallen out of the market. Men came running out of their Turkish baths and towels. Card games ended abruptly. Everyone tried to jam into the tiny office yelling, "Sell at market." They had left England wealthy men. They docked in New York without a penny.
Whoa, that's fucking fierce.
There's nothing unique about this. It is something which...
There's nothing unique about this. The greatest wealth transfer of all time has happened in the past, and it will happen to an even greater extent in the very near future.
Happens every 20 or 30 years.
Listen to that again.
There's nothing unique about this. It is something which happens every 20 or 30 years, because that is about the length of the financial memory.
God, we're gonna be so fucking rich.
In the 1930s, Charles Mitchell was hounded by Senate committees and the IRS. The crash had left him $12 million in debt. Mitchell made a remarkable comeback. He paid off his debts and died in 1955, a highly respected figure on Wall Street. In 1936, William Durant filed for bankruptcy. His only assets, which he valued at $250, were the clothes on his back. In the late 30s, the founder of General Motors tried his hand at everything from running a bowling alley to selling a cure for dandruff.
Jesus.
He died in 1947, still talking about making a comeback. Herbert Hoover spent much of the early 1930s fishing. He explained in a speech that fishing is a constant reminder of humility and of human frailty. For all men are equal before fishes.
Yeah.
In 1940, the day before Thanksgiving, a photographer snapped this photograph of an old and very tired Jesse Livermore. Several hours later, Livermore would go into a men's washroom and put a bullet through his head. At the end of 1929, as they celebrated New Year's Eve, all that lay in the future. Nobody knew that the Great Depression was coming. Unemployment, breadlines, bank failures. This was unimaginable.
Unimaginable.
But the bubble had burst. Gone was that innocent optimism, the confidence, the illusion of wealth without work. One era had ended. They toasted the coming of the 30s. But somewhere, deep down, they knew. The party was over.
Blue sky, smiling at me.
Welcome to the Great Depression 2.0.
Do I see?
I'm sorry.
I never saw the sun shining so bright. I never saw things going so right. Noticing the days are...
All right, let's listen to Biden's
your
speech.
left, see if everybody all shares the same.
All right, that's about enough of Biden's speech. Biden, we're working on a rail plan to get grain out of Ukraine. Not happening. Redfin, the mortgage company, is firing 18% of its staff. Andrew, thank you for sharing. But yeah, this is the next step. The next step is layoffs across the board, across the country. Institutions all over the place will be firing people and letting people go, sadly. Basically, the Fed has admitted that inflation is at the same levels as it was in the 70s. Chair Volcker had to raise rates to 20%. And good old BlackRock Jay still has us at 0.75%. Occupy the Fed on Twitter always brings up these great points, so let that sink in for a minute. In order to curb inflation, Reserve Chair Paul Volcker had to raise rates to 20%. That's 2,000 basis points. And Jay Powell's got us at 75 basis points. Wake the fuck up, people. Inflation is purposely being created by the Fed. They're letting inflation run hot to reduce the country's debt. I know it sounds a little counterintuitive, but it increases the debt, but it makes it easier to pay off by the sweat of our backs, the sweat of our brows. What's up, Cash Money? How the fuck are we?
Well.
How are we today, my friend?
Really good. How are you?
I'm great, man. Considering the whole world's burning down around me, I feel fine.
Yeah, I saw your 1929 video.
I'm glad you were able to check that out, man. I know we've been talking about that a lot lately, huh?
So similar.
It's the same thing, right? It's 1929 on steroids.
Oh yeah, you know back then, everyone was on a margin account.
Yes, indeed.
What's the difference with institutional rehabilitation?
It's all marginal.
Derivatives.
Yeah, I'd say the difference is probably at the time we had, what, a few $1 billion in derivatives, and now we've got $430 trillion in notional derivatives for the top banks alone. It's the fiat.
Yeah.
We still got Clovis Oncology up 36%. Sen is up 6.4%. Camber Energy's up 1.96%. DoorDash is up 2%. The S&P is making new lows as we speak. The SPY. Here it comes. 373.61. I mean 46. Yeah, we're all over the place. It's at 1, 2, 3. This is the third retest of the 373 mark. Jesus. It's going to keep battering this shit. As a matter of fact, no, it tested it yesterday as well. It's the fourth retest. Here comes 370 with the quickness, folks. Look at the consolidation. Heavy consolidation on the SPY.
Look at the option ratio. Wow.
I actually can't see it.
$39.61.
So about 80% more puts than calls, basically, is what you're saying?
61 there.
Wow. The S&P's down 0.3, NASDAQ Composite's up 0.2, and the Russell 1000's down 0.35. AMC's up 2 1/4 at 1174. Clovis is still up 30%. GameStop's up 3% at 122 on the dot. Robinhood's at 744. up 2.9%. For whatever reason, Lord knows. And the Dow Jones Industrial Average is down 0.56%. The Russell 2000 is down 0.35%. Redbox down 34.7%. Shopify down 2.6. Sundial's flat. Spotify's up 1.6. And TBT's at 29.10, bro. It made its 52-week high today. How cool is that?
And more to come.
A lot more to come, it seems like. This bitch is trending upwards really strongly. This is going to be, if we see 75 basis points, it's going to be the biggest Fed rate hike since 1994.
Yeah, that's looking really good.
Yeah.
Juicy. Yeah, thank you, Dr. Bowie.
Agreed. Tilray's up 4.8% today. Tesla's up 2.88 at 665. Man, I see a lot of downside for Tesla. I hope you Tesla lovers don't kill me, but I'm just being honest with you. There's a lot of fucking downside for Tesla right now. A lot more than there is upside. And again, I'm not a financial advisor. The VIX is at 3261, man. Down 4 fucking percent. Makes no fucking sense. The puts greatly outweigh the calls. The S&P is still down a quarter of a percentage point. And the VIX has just been getting shredded to bits. The artificial suppression on the volatility index is going to come around to bite the Federal Reserve and the entire stock market in the ass the moment it takes off. The VIX will see 100. And then it'll see 150.
Right now.
Go ahead, brother.
65 to 35 option ratio.
65% puts on the SPY. Option
no
ratio.
Calls on the VIX.
Calls on the VIX. Oh, thank you. So if there's a 65% to 35% ratio of calls on the VIX, and the VIX is still down 4%.
Yeah, what the hell?
The only answer is manipulation of the volatility index in order to cause gamma on the SPY to prevent an all-time new 52-week low. They're probably trying to hold off for as long as possible, either into power hour or until tomorrow, because they're going in right now for their 5th retest of 3730.
They're about to get their eyes blown off by Evergrande. Hell yeah.
I can't believe how many people don't know about Evergrande. And then how many people don't know that Tether owns a shitload of Evergrande bonds?
It's gonna be a cash get the fuck up when
shit,
it happens.
Bob Brooker says my prediction will be the hike will be 100 basis points. Man, I wish you were right, Bob. I hope you're right, but let's be honest. I don't think Jay Powell's got the balls for that. He's not just a paper-handed bitch. He's a paper-balled bitch, too. BBIG dividend is supposed to happen this month. It's supposed to happen by the end of Q2, which is by the end of this month. Hey, Meow Meow. Yes, my friend Cashier did pretty good in Bitcoin. Hey, brother, would you mind telling people, if it's not asking too much, what Bitcoin was at when you first started buying it?
$80.
And how were you buying Bitcoin at $80 a share? Like, what'd you have to do to buy it? Just briefly.
Mailbox in Japan.
You had to mail money to where?
My blocks in Japan and exchange.
You were buying Bitcoin for $80 a piece, mailing money to Japan to pick it up, huh?
Yeah.
All right, I appreciate you. Heads up, man. So.
Yeah, it was a really fun time.
Hey, brother, how many people told you that it would never amount to anything?
A lot of people, but they all came back and said, man, was I wrong?
They all came back to say, damn, was I wrong, huh?
Some people listened to me and made a ton of money.
This bitch is still at 22,571. Holy shit. So there you go. In case you guys were wondering, yes, our friend Cash Money.
And I actually sold my Bitcoin at around 60 grand a coin, and I bought all AMC with it.
You sold your Bitcoin around 60K and moved into Amy?
Yep.
Surprise, surprise.
And Amy options.
And they call us dumb money. That's why we're here for billions with an S. Fucking legend. Cheers, motherfuckers.
Cheers. Yeah. I feel very strongly about the play. I lack no conviction.
Can't say the same for everybody else, right? Patience is key.
I had to wait a long time for Bitcoin. You know, that was back in like 2011. I had to wait a long time.
Almost a fucking decade, huh?
Yeah, man, I had to wait a long time.
See, my friends, Cashier waited almost 10 fucking years to go from $80 a Bitcoin to $60,000 a Bitcoin. And you people are bitching about waiting for 18 months or 12 months or 6 months? Are you fucking kidding me? This is why Warren Buffett says the stock market is a place for a transfer of wealth from the impatient to the patient. Grow the fuck up or get the fuck out of the stock market. Go play with Legos. Thanks for sharing, brother. I know we didn't talk about that much here on the stream, but people kept asking. They kept asking, so I wanted to bring it up.
Yeah, no problem.
Thanks, brother. I love Legos. I love Legos, don't get me wrong. But there's a level of maturity we've got to have if we're trading on the stock market. And that includes knowing when to buy, knowing when to sell, and knowing when to hold. Giga Halem says, he's saying go play with Legos because they're a great educational tool. Yeah, they are. Most definitely. They'll teach you a thing or two about patience, I assure you that. AMC's hanging out strong at 1173. Ethereum's at 265, up 6%. GameStop is hanging out at 121.72, up 2.9%. The Dow Jones Industrial is extending its losses, now down 0.67%. The S&P 500 is going in for a retest, a fifth retest of those lows of 373. We might see this very moment new lows, 52-week lows on the SPY. No, I correct myself. We will see new 52-week lows on the SPY momentarily. I'm not a financial advisor and I don't have a crystal ball. $373.55. Let's go. $373.46. A new low of the day. 373.48, 46 right there. We're at it right now. And we have a new 52-week low on the S&P 500, on the SPY. Ladies and gentlemen, the bear market is here to stay.
Well, there we go.
Frozen State says 100%, boss. My buddy who got me into stocks kept panic selling. He has no AMC, and he sold all his GameStop at $80 a share. He sold his Dogecoin at a loss last year. Jesus. Panicking is the worst thing that people can do. Removing emotion is the best thing that people can do. Trading logically, like a machine. Why? Because the algorithm is a fucking machine. Good afternoon, Miss Gloria. It's great to see you. Hi, everybody. Ant Dog has 200 grand ready to buy if AMC dips to $5. Well, I'll be honest with you, my friend. I don't quite believe it's going to go that low. But again, I don't have a crystal ball, so nobody knows. I think AMC is an absolutely phenomenal deal at its current price. And if we do see sub $10 again, I suspect it will only be for a fraction of a second before things do take off. Emotional damage. We're going in for a further retest. It's trying so hard to bounce off those 52-week lows. That's absolutely disgusting. $373.40. 39. New lows happening as we speak. $373.53. Man, it's just 1, 2, 3, 4. It is just pummeling that zone for support. It's got to break through. This is like the 6th, 7th, 8th retest now of that support consecutively here. Now, well, like the 4th consecutive retest, let's put it that way. It does not look good for the SPY at all. 373.38. Smoke them if you got them, boys and girls.
You the fire!
Johnny Bravo! There he is!
Well, would you look at that?
Johnny Bravo is here.
Johnny.
Don't buy Bitcoin. It is not good.
Johnny Bravo has arrived. 373.08. New 52-week low. Bravo, what do we say? Holy shit.
You the fire!
You're the fucking best, man. Holy shit. You are witnessing history, ladies and gentlemen. Every single minute of every day, even though right now it seems boring, after the fact, you're going to say, holy shit, I can't believe I did that. Rose Pig Cooking. So when will AMC actually go up? When margin call defaults happen, my friend. When that will happen, nobody knows. It could happen in 30 seconds. It could happen tomorrow. Might happen later today. I don't know when it's going to happen, but when it does, the price action will reflect it. Anthony DiGirolamo says, but Jim Cramer said this wouldn't happen. Get the fuck out of here. Give us our fucking money. That's what I'm talking about. Ken Griffin, pay us our fucking money. $65 billion in shorts sold, not yet purchased. You fucking scumbags. Look at that. Retest. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Going in for the 6th retest in the last 20 minutes of the lows on the SPY. Rose Pig, appreciate the answer, brother. Can't wait. Holding strong. Diamond fucking hands. Keith says, do you think Trey is watching out for investors in this play or legal teams got to him? Keith, you don't really want to know my opinion about Trey. My mom taught me if you've got nothing nice to say, don't say anything nice. Don't say anything at all. And in this case, I'll just leave it at that.
Cheers.
Cheers, motherfucker. 373.09. Oh, shit. Oh, damn. And there she blows. 372.94.
Reaction. Emergency.
372.95. Where's the plunge team? Here comes old Yeller. Johnny Bravo. What's up?
You the fire!
That's fucking great. Broke down. Under 373. Damn, they're trying hard. They're going to try so hard to keep that puppy above 373. Quan says, we want to know your opinion on Trey. My friend, didn't you guys see that 60-second video in which I asked Trey if he's smoking fucking rocks? When he came out and said that AMC can't go past $1,000 a share. I said, Trey, are you smoking fucking rocks, man? Or are you a paper-handed bitch? Play the song for the new 52-week low. I would love to, but it is obnoxious. And as much as I love the obnoxious song, I understand some people are probably at work and things like that. And I'm already loud enough as it is. So we'll just save the song for the outro, for the end, right as we're about to call it a day. At whatever moment that may be. Let's see, just checking my accounts real quick. I gotta check on my Weeble. I've still got a few bucks left in there. Yeah. Bam, new low again. Again, this market is just melting away. Cash? We got a lot of fucking VIX calls that expire tomorrow. I say let the bits go. That VIX erection's gonna buy a lot of meme stocks. But that's alright. Don't worry, market makers. We're hedged. We've also got VIX calls for the rest of the year, so don't fucking worry about it. We'll play your game as long as you fucking want, you dirty bastards. Apollo Creed says, taking off one of old Yeller's stockings is like popping a can of fresh biscuits. Oh, it sounds like you know from experience, man. Thanks for your contribution. You're too funny. Oh, that's gross, man. I can't get that visual out of my fucking head, man. What the hell? 372.62.
That was funny.
Ah. Somebody wants ice cream. And it's Joe Biden. There he is. Somebody get the man some ice cream. Don't forget to write down what he's supposed to say on the back of his hand. $3.73 on the dot. Somebody said, once you pop, you can't stop. Bill choked on his tea. Yeah, I get it, dude. I understand. I started cracking up. That's great. Let's move on. Oh, wow. Nail. It's going in again for another new low. Biscuits and gravy are ruined for me, says Meow. Fucking suburban drone. Always killing it. Put a chart up of the average US stock. And the fact that it's down to the point that it was right before the COVID-19 market crash. Stocks are below that level already. The average US stock. Well, but look at what's low. The volatility index. It went from here up to 92, I believe it was. Intraday high 92, end of day around 85 or 87 on the volatility index in about March of 2020. Right now, you can see the volatility index is here. And we're even lower than we were at the average US stock before that crash happened. Volatility index of over 100 incoming. And then 150. And then 200. Good luck, everybody. Huh. You know what? Look at this. Looks like a lot of people thought that commodities were very crowded. But I don't think that's the case.
Commodity super cycle.
$373.29. 373.29. Well, thank you for the kind words. Christy says, thank you for streaming. Every day I'm listening to you while on my hands and knees cleaning other people's houses. I look forward to when I hear you get excited. Then I run to my phone to see what's up. That's really cool, Christy. Keep hustling. I'm proud of you. One of these days, soon, I'm pretty sure you're going to be paying somebody very, very well to clean your house. And I look forward to that day. Frozen State, my man says we've been looking at property and houses outside the city. Time coming for some country living. Christy, you're going to be so fucking rich. Damn. Jerome Powell's going to have to get his own money printer out for you. What the hell's going on here? Let's see why my chart is stuck.
Bitcoin is going down.
Thanks for the heads up, brother. Let's find out. You ain't lying, boys and girls. Cash Money's telling the truth, per usual. And it's not going down slowly, is it? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7.
Margin.
20. Whoa, okay. Bitcoin is moving pretty hard to the downside. Hedge Trimmer 10 says, same here, boss. Thank you for streaming. I listen every day at work. Short the VIX gets tough to listen to sometimes because all he does anymore is peddle his trading subscription. Well, I hear you, bud. I'm glad you can find some sort of value in it. Looking forward to the day where those people are working for you. There goes Bitcoin, ladies and gentlemen. 22,427. We've got 7 going on 8 green candles. I'm sorry, 8 red candles with just a couple of green candles intermixed. Either a liquidation or a massive sell-off is occurring right now, because Bitcoin just went from 22,650 to 22,400 in a matter of 8 minutes, 10 minutes maybe. That money's got to go somewhere. They need that money for something.
Yeah, for the spy.
Exactly. GME. But the market's so bad, but GameStop, this fucking video game company's up 3.5%. Gee, why? Excellent. AMC sitting strong at 1169. It has been completely suppressed all day long. AMC and GameStop are not moving anywhere right now. They're trading in this little channel. They're completely suppressed because all of the concentration of effort is on keeping the SPY from plummeting again to another 52-week low.
What about that negative beta?
Maybe. It's like so clear when they're running with the markets because everything's exacerbated. If the market's down 1%, AMC and GameStop are down 5 or 6% or more.
Right.
If the market's up 1%, AMC and GameStop are up 5 or 6% or more. But all of a sudden, you'll have days where the market's down a couple percent and AMC and GameStop are up significantly, in double-digit percentages.
Yeah, the ETF and synthetic fall.
This pattern is getting smaller and smaller to the downside here between 373.30 and 372. It's just winding up. Winding up. Let's see if they put that Bitcoin money into the SPY here over the next 5-6 minutes. Bet you, like you said, they will. Here it comes. That's old Yeller right there. Hard at work, probably, or Kenny G. Hey guys, we got to prevent our margin call. You better pull out more crypto. We need to buy some more assets with quickness. And the humidity is off the chain over here today. It's ridiculous. I'm in the Chicago suburbs. It's 97 degrees and humid today. There it goes. Wow, that's a big candle right there. Taking up the entirety of the channel from 373, 372. Their wick from top to bottom is just absolutely massive. Yeah, Akil, look at those damn candles. That's what I was just saying. Like, look at the volatility.
It's like that millionaire in 1929 doing his money at the market, even though it's going down.
Like that rich bastard that lost all his money in 1929.
Yeah, the millionaire, yeah.
Went into the fucking bathroom at the bar and blew his brains out because he couldn't get it, couldn't earn it, couldn't make it back.
Oh, it's gonna be worse than that when this happens.
There we go. Let's move. Volatility galore. Brian, either or. 50 or 75. Either or. Neither one's going to be sufficient to make a difference in inflation, my friend. Neither one. TBT still hanging out at 28.92. SPY's at 373.37. And then the VIX, oddly enough, still down 2.38%. Django Smith says, I'm in Illinois too, and it's 97, not counting the heat index. Humid as hell. And I'm climbing 55-foot electrical utility poles. Thank you, sir. I appreciate our linemen. Looking forward to the day. You no longer have to climb those utility poles. AMC's only got 14.9 million volume on the day. AMC's average daily volume is 51 million. So there is no volume, which means that it's highly, highly suppressed. Orders from people that do not trade on lit exchanges are being pushed through dark pools or held for up to, I believe, 21 days. They can hold your order before they actually process it through a dark pool, and combined with many other orders, which distorts price discovery and prevents the price from increasing as it should. The utility select sector is down 3.57%, XLU. The businesses in Atlanta, 97 degrees with the heat. Sean, 100 plus in Austin, man, that's nuts. I'll take it over the snow we were having, though, I'll tell you that much. I'm glad the snow's over. Yeah, Clovis is still holding on to its 35% gains today, man. It's up 25 cents. Clovis Oncology shares up 50%. Traders circulate note from Monday night highlighting a drug's ovarian cancer removed from U.S. Rubraca label. Not entirely sure. Juan Martinez says, I listen to you while I drive my semi, and I love what you do. You get me hyped all the time. Trucking's getting harder, but holding 1K plus AMC till we fucking moon. My guy. I like your conviction. Thanks for your support, my friend. Stay strong out there. We have several volatility halts right now, 3 of them. Cosmos Holdings Inc. up 205%. OTC Bullshit, Revlon 107, and Fast Radius 83%. All halted right now. This might be related to Revlon. Here, let me see. Yeah, Cosmos Holdings is a pharmaceutical company. Actually, it's not. They're doing their own thing. They've had multiple volatility halts here. 12:34 p.m., 12:39 p.m., and 12:46 p.m. They had 3 volatility halts in a row. No hot news, no news whatsoever. No. But that thing's up from 50 cents to $1.42 on a volatility halt. Sean Alexander, you bring up a great point. Sean Alexander says, I see no rhythm in any of the charts that we're watching. And I believe that you're right. There is no rhythm in any of the charts that you're watching. There's no rhyme or reason in anything that's happening right now. If you're in COSM, you're up 183.63% right now. And it looks like it's about to get shorted. So I would say that's a hell of a nice gain for the day. Matt DiPiero, don't even ask me shit like that, please. Thank you. Anyway, let's move on here. Let me go back to Revlon and Fast Radius. Fast Radius as well is halted right now. It's had 1 trading halt so far. It's a 12.56 for volatility. cloud manufacturing and digital supply chain company. $83% gains so far on the day. They're at 67 cents. SLB availability, shortable, 150,000 shares available for FSRD. And it is halted. Let's refresh and see what else is going on. Comera Life Sciences is now up 180%. Halted on a circuit breaker. This is a couple hours ago. They're a preclinical biotech company. No shorts available to borrow. I like that. The only thing I don't like is that they don't have options. But holy fuck. Look at that implied volatility, guys. The implied volatility on Comera Life Sciences, that's up 181%, is 1,155%. If people were holding options in this right now, calls that they purchased for 10 cents a contract would be going for, or $10 a contract, I'll say, at 10 cents on the call contract price, $10 equivalent purchase, would probably be going over 10 grand a share, 8 to 10 grand a contract, I meant to say. This is a huge, huge movement in implied volatility. However, there are no options on Comera Life Sciences. There are no contracts because it's a OTC shit here. It's like little penny stock stuff. Their 52-week high was $52.30, and their low is $1.11. See the SPY's pumping a little bit. 37.40 right now, 37.41, down 0.22% at the moment. Russell 1000 is down a quarter percentage point as well. Last June, AMC implied volatility got much higher than 400%. It all depends on what contracts you're holding as well, each contract, But yeah, I remember the implied volatility on AMC in June being nearly 600%. Septon Inc. has no shares left to borrow. They were halted and went up 65% as well. They're $1.51. KOLD price spikes. Just look at that channel. Look at that channel on the S&P. On the SPY. I mean, it's a extremely bearish flag. Right? What are you looking at, Cash and Martin? You guys able to see that fucking chart? You guys have it pulled up on your own? It's absolutely ugly. It didn't even make the last high of the last run, of the last movement upwards. Lower highs and lower lows.
Looking good.
It's not looking good. Yeah, that's what I'd say. That's an understatement right there. Binance is liquidating margin accounts. Watch out, people. Binance liquidating margin accounts. If you got a Binance account or a Celsius account, I'm sorry. Johnny Bravo, what happened to Celsius, man? I'm sorry. I know you were not too happy about it. Neither was I. What are you going to do?
I got wrecked. I got wrecked.
Sorry, Johnny Bravo.
Hey, we like Johnny Bravo. Just telling everybody, we like him.
And I had to go out and get some ice cream.
What flavor?
Chocolate and salt licorice. Because I'm
What
special.
the hell?
I'm going to rub my dogs
Holy
outside.
shit.
I'll be right back.
Did you say licorice?
Yes, sir.
I didn't know they had licorice ice cream.
We do.
Interesting. It's the sweetest thing.
Yep. Probably Finnish as well.
Sounds good. I need to try it.
Good. Yeah, not many outside Scandinavia likes it.
Well, is it red licorice or black licorice?
Salty black licorice.
Oh, hell no. I'll be back. I got to check in with my customer.
37.45. Huge pump going in for a high. A high not seen in a couple hours. Oh, shit.
And something before the Taiwan was so
37.47. Bringing it back to flat. Bitcoin, is it moving? It's moving up as well. 22,575. Ethereum being pushed hard at 1232. They're all looking the same right now. Just giant injections of liquidity. See GameStop up 6%. Moving along with those liquidity injections. AMC is going to have to look the same without a question. Yep, doubled to 3.35% gains on the day. Everything's got to look like that right now. Apple's up 0.8%. Massive liquidity injections going on right now. Even ARK is up 1.5. This is kind of a joke. Bluebird Bio is down 14 today. Beyond Meat's up 3.5 right now. Centro 6%. Clovis still up 34. Comera Life Sciences is still up 153. GameStop, yep, 125 right now. I can pretty much see the way the rest of the day is going to go, but I'm not even going to like try to tell everybody right now. It's just going to be a boring one. It looks like this sideways trend. We're probably going to see it close near that 373 mark again towards the day, and I'll leave it at that. The VIX is still down, and now down even further. That's hilarious. As the S&P trades sideways, the VIX gets crushed. 3260 right now. Down 4% on the day. From the ground up, your thoughts on EBON? I don't know enough about EBON. What's up, Randall? It's good to see you. Hope you have a great day as well, my friend. Make sure you guys check out Randall Cornett on YouTube. Oh, look at this. Biden is saying that he says, I'll just quote Biden, under my plan, no one making less than $400,000 per year will pay a penny more in federal taxes. But we'll no longer have a situation where 55 of the largest corporations in America pay zero in federal income taxes on $40 billion in profits. Benny Johnson replied, you just sent $44 billion to Ukraine tax-free, you jackass. Retro Tech says, you just hired 60,000 new IRS agents to go after Venmo and PayPal transactions and even transactions at your bank under over $600. Are billionaires getting rich selling on Etsy? Bill says, thank goodness I won't pay a penny more in taxes. I'm paying so much more in inflation, I couldn't afford more taxes. This is your salary increase of 1%. This is 7.7 inflation. Or should I say 8.9% inflation. Destroying your fucking 1% raise. LP National says corporations, yes, they will. Corporations will continue to pass their tax burdens down to us, all in the form of increased costs of their products and services. Your plan also allows the Fed to continue creating currency, exacerbating the inflation crisis. This man and his administration are a complete joke and the worst thing to happen to this country in hundreds of years. Thanks to Suburban Drone on Twitter for sharing this. Yesterday was the worst day for corporate bonds since March of 2020. Back then, the Fed enacted special programs to bail them out. Not this time. Cracks in corporate credit will be offset by the strength of U.S. households, and they lived happily ever after. Where's the strength in U.S. households? American savings is down from first quarter 2021, $4 trillion, to first quarter of this year, $1 trillion. From 4 to 1 trillions. It's a $3 trillion decrease in 1 year. Consumer sentiment, according to the University of Michigan Consumer Sentiment Survey, is at all-time lows. All-time lows. This shitty plan for tax changes is not going to help Biden's administration retain midterm with majority in the House. Not happening. What's this? Sailor says no margin call on $205 million in Bitcoin loan to Silvergate. Firm has 95,000 Bitcoin to post collateral. Required to maintain a loan to collateral value of over 50% and has $410 million of Bitcoin in custody account. The company has $2.2 billion in debt and $44 million in annual interest payments. A lot more Bitcoin to pledge as collateral. Macro strategy. They've got 95,000 unencumbered Bitcoin. MicroStrategy is Michael Saylor's company. Heavily invested in Bitcoin. There's the stock price of MicroStrategy. And it seems to have run up a lot in January and February of 2021. Oh no, March, when Bitcoin was at all-time highs. What's up, Cash?
Yeah.
That answers the question if they're going to get margin called at 21,000, right?
Right.
U.S. 10-year bond yields at 3.44. Finished goods jumped 15.6% to 16.7% year over year. With the exception of 1974's oil shock, that's the highest rate in almost 70 years for the final demand producer price inflation of finished goods. Holy fuck. That's terrible. So the stock market's going to pump on Biden's news today. And probably dump tomorrow on the FOMC meeting. Let's see how it goes. 0.24% gain on the SPY as of right now. Back up to 375. Look at it go. Hits the 376. I wonder how many people are stupid enough to believe that that's actually going to work. Reverse repo again today. Let's find the RRP. Here's the desk operations for the Federal Reserve. RRP, $2.23 trillion. Well, ladies and gentlemen, you have another all-time high. This is the 5th or 6th all-time high since June 3rd. One of the two, either the 5th or the 6th. No, it's not. Fifth or sixth all-time high. Eric says, love you, boss. Love you, Cash. Let's go. Appreciate you, brother. You're too kind. $2,223,857,000,000 on the Federal Reserve's RRP. Overnight bailout offering 0.80% APR.
When they started the RFP, it was like only to 200 million a night.
Yep. You can see here here's the RRP. if we grab the beginning of the RRP here, March 9th, it was at 0 billion. March 9th, 2021. Was in the, 11 billion, 100 billion, 20 billion in 2021, April. By June, it was 520 billion. August, 1.1 trillion. October, 1.4 trillion. December, 1.6 trillion. Same as January, 1.7. We saw a decrease in March. And then a further increase at the end of the month to 1.78 trillion. 1.8 in April. 1.9 in May. In June, we are at $2.2 trillion. $2.2 trillion at an all-time high. Looking at June, from June 3rd, well, basically, June 3rd was an all-time high. June 4th, June 6th, June 7th, June 8th, June 9th, June 10th, June 13th, and June 14th. So every day since June 3rd has been an all-time high on the Federal Reserve's reverse repurchase overnight bailout. Ladies and gentlemen, it is inevitable. Even if we see a lot of pumps and dumps along the way. Remember, the Fed's going in for a soft landing, so they're doing everything they can to try to keep this from a serious crash. If they can pull it off or not, well, that remains to be seen. They haven't been able in the past, right? Les Grossman asks, does the bailout in any way help the economy in the long run apart from wiping out the low-income strata? The bailout actually hurts you and me, my friend. The overnight RRP gives money as an overnight lending agreement in exchange for treasuries with banks and vice versa the following day in order to let banks maintain liquidity. And this provides them with more margin collateral with which to short stocks on the stock market. They do that to suppress the price of precious metals, suppress the price of stocks, equities, bonds, and to manipulate the markets to make more money for themselves.
Yep.
It is directly used to bail out the banks every single night. Americans don't seem to understand that fact. Yeah, CD brings up a great point. It pays them interest without counterparty risk because the only counterparty is the Fed. They're exchanging for these treasuries that are just printed paper. They're fake paper. They're not even printed. They're just digital. They don't actually have to print anything. It doesn't cost them a dime to fucking do it. They just come out with this digital treasury, this fake treasury note, and exchange it to the bank. And the next day they give it back for the cash that the bank gave them with a 0.80% interest. Telecine asks, so if it's directly used to do that every single night, what do we need to be looking for to know the RRP is going to stop? Well, the RRP is not going to stop. But one day, just like it did on September 17th, 2019, the RRP will crash. And since they're already bailing it out, it will be nearly impossible to prevent it from crashing. This is Robert David Steele, a former CIA spy.
All of the illicit wealth in the world has been tracked by the National Security Agency for the past 15 years. We now know beyond a shadow of a doubt that Wall Street has stolen $100 trillion from Main Street with naked short selling. We also know that Wall Street has laundered $100 trillion in dirty money from trafficking in children and women and drugs and guns and gold. I could never tire of saying that 90% of the people in the U.S. government, the U.S. military, the U.S. intelligence community are good people trapped in a bad system. The secret intelligence community serves the deep state. It does not serve the American public. And CIA in particular has been doing torture, rendition and torture, drone assassination, regime change, helping to start wars based on lies, all because war and trafficking in humans and drugs and so forth are a profit center for Wall Street and the deep state. And once the president gets Benny into NSA and processes 100% of what we have at NSA, we have every single one of you by the balls. You cannot survive this. You have one out. The Truth and Reconciliation out is make the deal, motherfucker, or you are going to die.
This man was killed. That man is no longer alive. I hate to say that. May he rest in peace. Maybe he told too many truths.
Bro, listen to this. I haven't had a chance to review the bill. My staff is poring over the pages trying to see what's in it. You want to talk about the institution? You want to talk about standing up alongside Ukraine? Why don't we actually have a debate on the floor of the People's House instead of the garbage of getting a $40 billion bill at 3 o'clock in the afternoon? Not paid for, without having any idea what's really in it, with a massive slush fund that goes to the State Department, $13 billion, $8 billion for the Economic Support Fund, $110 million for embassy security. We've got $40 billion that is unpaid for, and you want to sit here and lecture this body about what we're going to do or not do about standing alongside Ukraine? Why don't we talk about the American people who are hurting, the wide open borders, the inflation that's killing people, the jobs that people can't get because of the cost of goods and services in this country? Sitting here and being lectured to when I don't even have time to look at a $40 billion unpaid bill. I make a motion to adjourn.
Build back better. This is from Callum Thomas on Twitter. This is probably the best image to use in a comparison to compare and contrast a bear market versus a market crash. And he says, P.S. forget about that 20% bear bull bullshit. Bear markets are a process, not a percent change. Current market action reflects removal of stimulus, correction of previous expensive valuations, and overall a transition in the underlying business and finance cycles. You look at the S&P 500 in black, and then in green you can see the percentage of S&P 500 stocks moving above their 200-day moving average. You can see that as of mid-2021, the percentage of stocks in the S&P 500 above the 200-day moving average peaked and then began to decline significantly. So what some people are trying to claim here, and what I believe he's trying to say, is that looking at this as a bear market would be a better way to look at it than a stock market crash. And I think he's only half right on this fact. When you look at the NASDAQ 100 and other things like the MSCI China Index, there's been much bigger corrections on other markets than on the NASDAQ and on the S&P, even with our current issues and bear market status. This is consumer sentiment versus stock market positioning. The sentiment is in blue, and in orange or gold you'll see the asset allocations. And asset allocations remain elevated, like around 66, 67. Meanwhile, consumer sentiment, sorry, I'm looking at the wrong one there. Asset allocations remains about 98, 95, and consumer sentiment is around 35, 36. As you can see, they usually correlate together, but as of now, they've diverged pretty far away from each other. And it's only a matter of time for the asset allocations converge with the consumer sentiment, because that's what always happens. Here in 2008, that's exactly what happened. See it right here? I'm circling it right now. While asset allocations were between 60 and 70, consumer sentiment was under 60, between 50 and 60. Eventually, the allocation of those assets crashed after a long period of a bear market. Right now, what we're seeing is the beginnings of a bear market from asset allocations and consumer sentiment that has been feeling it a lot longer than the actual stock market has, because consumers are not propped up by $9 trillion in Federal Reserve asset balance sheets. Checkmate. Did you guys just see that? Holy fuck. The SPY just went down 6 points in 1 minute. Went from 376.20 to 373.80 and dropping. And dropping. You gotta be fucking kidding me. Cash Money, are you looking at this? Let me share my screen, bro. Let's go down with the other guys. I'm going to pull this down. Yo, guys. All right. You guys see that right there in the 1 minute? I'm about to share my screen. We just had a drop. Tell me if you saw this on your broker. From 376.20 down to 373.80 on the 1 minute candles. From 13.25 to actually, it's not a 1 minute candle. It actually looks to be a missing data. So that may not be the case. I may be missing data here. And that's probably what's going on. My chart's probably fucked up. So excuse me. for being a little excited there, but you can see how I could easily be thrown off by that since it's literally the next fucking candle. So I'm missing some data here. Any of you guys got your charts up to see how the fuck this moved down so fast? Like, how many candles did we have in these last 10 minutes that I'm not seeing? Obviously, I would say like 10, right? But how fucking big were they to bring us down from 376 to 373 in a matter of 10 minutes? The fuck did I miss? The NASDAQ composite's up a full percentage point. The Russell 1000 is down 0.34, and the S&P is now down 0.34%. Like, this market's having a fucking aneurysm.
If you want, up at the top, I have SPY.
Yeah.
1 minute candles. It doesn't look like as crazy as yours.
No, yeah, I want to see what the fuck you're looking at. Thank you. Good looking out, Ryman. Let me see what you got. Oh, if it ever decides to load. But let's walk down over the past 15 minutes. All right, great. Got the SPY at the top. Okay, yeah, that's a hell of a fucking walk down. That's a damn escalator right there. Four red candles, 1 green, 4 red candles, 1 green, 5 red candles, 1 green, and then going red again. All right, thanks a lot for sharing that with me, bud. I see what you mean. That was an aggressive walk. It was a lot steeper than the way up. Look at how much it had. It just climbed. It climbed. It climbed. It climbed. It climbed. It worked its way up there. And then in a matter of 10 minutes, it's gone. That's this market. That's the fucking craziness that we're seeing right now. Awesome, dude. Thanks for sharing that with me. It helps everybody that's watching, too, to understand what the fuck we're seeing. $373.43. Going in to retest our 372.60 lows, it looks like. Yeah. Appears to be. Biden in policy shift to meet with Saudi Crown Prince Mohammed bin Salman next month. Desperation. It reeks of desperation. Highest producer price index, if you exclude 1974's oil shock, in 70 years. 16.7% year over year. Sleepy Joe, you've done it again. You clever bastard. Taking a look at broader markets, the composite's now up 0.8%. Russell's down down half a percentage point. And the S&P is about to be down half a percentage point again. The triple Q is losing its gains. The Russell 2000 is down 0.76%. TBT is at a new 52-week high, $29.28. Would you look at that?
Cheers.
Cheers, my friend. $29.28. Damn. The S&P, there we go, 37.29.91. There we go. I got my data back. Damn, that is steep. Wow. Wow. Okay, my friends. The SPY's at 372, 373. Interesting times, huh? Maybe he doesn't have that. I have a million things recorded. I should get rid of some of those.
So much for that rally.
You got me exhaling, coughing up a lung, man. What the fuck? That was a good one. I wonder how Bitcoin's doing.
It's going down.
Fucking Cash, you got me, man. Going in for the retest. Nice job, Sleepy Joe. Nice job. You're the man. Where's fucking Johnny Bravo? Bitcoin at 22.3 again. Let's take a look. We shall find out. Yep, 22,320.
Hey, I forgot. How rich are we about to be?
Really rich.
Filthy fucking rich. Exceedingly, generationally wealthy. We will indubitably be quite well off.
Only if you properly invested.
Of course. Hey, Cash.
Hey, boss, that strategy chart looks a lot like AMC's yearly.
I don't know if I'm still looking at that one right now, to be honest with you. I switched it to a different one right now. 37.28. Oh, I just took away my permissions over there. That's why. Nice job, Sleepy Joe. This is portfolio allocations in black, which means stocks and equities and whatnot, versus surveyed sentiment in blue. Notice the blue comes down before the black moves. Here, the blue moved first, then the black. Here, 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 every single fucking time. Here, significantly in 2000, 2002, and then again significantly in 2008. And now here you see right here where my mouse is in 2022, historical Z-score standardized is like the same place it was at in 2008. And this black line is way farther ahead than it was at any of these moments ahead of consumer sentiment. So equities remain extremely elevated compared to consumer sentiment, like now, even more so than they ever have in the past.
There's proof of the plunged protection season.
At work, doing their dirty work. No one knows how long any of this is going to last. I wish I could tell you this will be over, you know, the stock market, whatever, we'll be back on a good course to, you know, to getting out of a recession. But I think that's the realities are the fact that we need to face what lies ahead and try to prepare and hedge ourselves properly for this. So that's why we continue to do things like stream these videos. And I hope it brings you some sort of value. If it does, please drop a like. Consider subscribing if you'd like to learn more. $372.60 was our low today. Bitcoin's at 22,393. Edward Carlson, thank you, my friend. We appreciate you and your contributions to the think tank. It's awesome to be able to hang out here and be here with you guys. And actually get to experience part of history together. It's pretty crazy. The greatest wealth transfer of all time is upon us. Stevie says all my meme stocks are green today. That's good, man. I'm happy to hear that. SC asks, AMC going to rip during the worst of the crash because of the negative beta, or is that not a thing anymore? Everyone used to say that. SC, you're in the channel that created that thesis, my friend. We've seen what happened the last time there was market volatility at AMC and GameStop. It was the greatest risk to financial markets because of these over-leveraged funds. And they remain over-leveraged. So much so that Goldman Sachs, for example, has got $353 billion in assets, yet they maintain $47 trillion in total derivatives, notional value.
131 to 1.
Correct. 133 or so to 1. That's not even including Goldman Sachs holding companies. That's just here in America. Their holding companies offshore. Well, you might as well double that. There is no set price at which margin calls will occur. We don't know who, what, when, or where a margin call would occur. Why? Why is due to not being able to meet margin requirements. So that's what we do now. Also why? Because stocks like AMC and GameStop have been extremely heavily shorted. Same thing with many other meme stocks. The difference between other meme stocks and AMC and GameStop is that retail owns 90% of the float of all the shares that are supposed to exist in AMC. And GameStop, well, 25% of investors have been confirmed. 25% of the float has been confirmed to be owned only by computer share registrants. 25% of all shares of GameStop are owned just by people registered on computer share. I would bet, or I would guess in my estimates, that less than 1% of GameStop holders are with computer share. Then you got to take institutional percentages, add up the fact that retail owns 90% of the float, and institutions own 37% almost of the float. Well, my friend, that's over 125% already. And then you got to throw in the other 20% plus of reported short interest data, and now, my friend, you're up to 150%.
And the trading volume.
And the trading volume. The on-balance volume is historically high. On AMC is in the billions on the 2-year chart because AMC stockholders did not sell off. At least not the majority of them. So when you zoom out to the 2-year period and you turn on your on-balance volume, you can see that it remains elevated compared to the rest of the stock price. Because the stock price is moving down as wash sales and synthetic shares and naked shorting is occurring.
Very first and all that their fuckery.
We didn't include synthetic shares. We didn't talk about naked shorts. We didn't talk about married puts, divorce puts, rehypothecations, ISDA contracts, and swaps, futures, and shorts marked as long, and 7 years of shorts not reported to FINRA by Credit Suisse from 2015 through March of 2020. And that's a fact, my friend. That information just came out. 7 years. You want to know how much Credit Suisse was fined for that? A few $100,000 for 7 years of not reporting their short data. So, as the stock market loses value, as equities lose value, margin collateral loses value. Therefore, margin requirements are at risk. And when a default occurs on a margin call, liquidations begin. Oh, is it really not going to show up on me? Let me get weekly candles, and then we should be able to see it. GameStop's at 124, still up 5%. AMC 2.7% at 1180 still. My charts are tweaking out. Chill out. Get rid of that Bollinger Band. We don't need that there. And for some reason, the volume study's not actually pulling up. Why the fuck not? It should pop into this automatically. But it's all over Twitter anyway, in case you haven't seen it. It's not fucking coming up, unfortunately. No worries. Check this out. Check out the Average Ape on Twitter, @ApeAverage. Here's the on-balance volume. Did a great job pulling this up on TradingView. Actually, Weeble. Says the OBV is extremely removed from the price action. These metrics will realign. It's just a matter of time. During all these large price movements up, the OBV has moved up and has remained high as hell since. And he's absolutely right. This is on the 2-year chart here, basically, or at least a year and a half from the looks of it. You can see the OBV is the blue line that trends from 0 to over 2 billion to over 4 billion. And as we checked it yesterday on this channel, which for whatever reason I can't get it to pull up today, is over 4.4 billion still at the top of this range. Historically, the OBV and the price action, the OBV usually matches the price action. In this case, it has not, because retail hasn't sold. The price is going down due to wash sales, rehypothecations, married puts, divorce puts, naked shorts, synthetic shares, etc. That is the market in which we trade. That is the problem. That is the problem. That's the reason why I'm still here. That's the reason why a lot of people are still here. because I think they're sick and tired of that bullshit. And people are going to hold until changes are made, until real change occurs in the stock market. The inflation camp believes massive rate hikes will continue all this year. I think it's highly likely the Fed will initiate Lehman 2.0 this week. 2008, the Fed was reliant on indicators.
I hope so.
The Fed was reliant on indicators that tend to miss sharp changes in conditions. No shit. This was Lehman 1.0 is 2009 credit crisis. You can see the U.S. aggregate bond ETF, the weekly ETF, go from what was that, over 102 to under 89 before Lehman occurred. Or as Lehman was occurring, I should say. The Federal Financial Stress Index was at all-time highs at 8.5, which is the black line at the bottom of the chart. During the 2018 bailout and 2020 COVID, you saw the Fed Financial Stress Index run pretty far. This next inflation crisis that we're seeing right now has U.S. aggregate bonds in the worst bond rout that we've seen in 800 years. Where the fuck's Johnny Bravo? Cue the fire. Lehman Brothers 2.0 and the credit crisis is right on the horizon. And the Fed Financial Stress Index will go from the current negative 1.65 to all-time highs. That's it. That's it. Nothing else to say. If they think this isn't going to be a crash because they're going for a bear market soft landing, I'll believe it when I fucking see it. It's not going to happen. Not in my eyes.
Like it was supposed to be transitory, right?
Exactly. Inflation was transitory until now. Going in for the pump with 2:07 p.m. A little under 2 hours to go in the trading session still. But backing out, it's still not very impressive. It's quite a hardcore downtrend, even still. Trading within this... it just looks like they're bleeding money at this point. And my computer apparently is bleeding processing power. Kenny is shorting my internet apparently. But no, it actually says this chart will display more than 500 bars. Rendering bars too small to read. That's why I wouldn't do it. said access denied. Not a good idea. We'll do 2 years on the monthly, 2 years on the weekly. Things like that will work just fine. Putin's processing power. Dark pools are sucking up the volume. That's fucking clever. Hey guys, yeah, we got some news on the BBIG dividend. That's supposed to come out before the end of the second quarter. That would mean it would come out before the end of this month. That's the most recent news available. So, hey, it's already the 14th, so it's right around the corner from the looks of it. Could happen any day. I'm not saying it's going to happen on the last day of the month. But per reports from BBIG, Vinco, I believe the owner of BBIG, stated that the Cryptide dividend would be issued by the end of the before the end of the second quarter of 2022.
I'm ready.
I bet you are, motherfucker. I'm ready. I can wait, but man, I'm ready. That's no lie. Naveen says, I've been watching your videos for a while. Thank you for the information you're providing. You're welcome. Thank you for being here. Thank you for your support.
I'm the NSA guy. Robert David Steele. Is a video.
What about him?
What he said was crazy.
Oh, yeah. Make the deal, motherfucker.
I bet he was still alive.
I hope he is.
Commissioner Gordon.
Today's the first of 2 meetings of the Fed. No, that was yesterday. Oh yeah, today and tomorrow. They're meeting today and tomorrow, and then we're gonna have Powell speaking tomorrow at 2:30 Eastern.
So, in trouble no matter what they do.
Oh shit, dude. SPY looks like it wants to come back down and shoot for a retest of the 370-260. It's not looking good, man. That's a rough few days, I gotta say. You know what? It's using a... It seems to be following a pattern that I drew yesterday. Or I kind of misworded that. I said I found a pattern that seems to be following what's happening here. Look at all these false breakouts. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 false breakouts. Or just retests of the top of the channel, whatever you want to call them. Just depends on the way you want to read the TA. One could argue that this line deserves to be up higher. And so I'll do that. If it ever allows me to, I should say. That's being really picky. Regardless, it does appear to be just consolidating and going back in for another retest of that 372.60. Definitely appears to be the case. I mean, yeah. When it gets there, this thing could break in either direction the way it's going, consolidating right now. So that's the greater time frame, and that's the shorter time frame. Close. Oh, good. Actually, let me grab it. I wasn't even actually, didn't even want to right there. Gonna run, grab some water real quick. Be right back.
All right. Yeah.
Yo.
Look, it's kind of flat right now.
Yeah, it's a little boring. Well, what are you going to do? That's what happens when shit starts getting kind of crazy. There's got to be days of cooling off.
It's really uncertain.
Yep.
It seems like the market is waiting for tomorrow.
Exactly. It's all about the Fed right now and what their next move is. Everybody's looking at the Fed. The calm before the storm, Jasper. That's right.
Yep, yep.
There's $3.5 trillion worth of $3.5 billion worth of options expiring this Friday. Not on AMC, but I mean on the markets in general. OpEx is huge.
Hey, boss.
Yo.
At 31, how the hell do I get back in the market with confidence after this fiasco?
I can't answer that question. Sorry, man. I don't have that answer.
An idea.
Yeah, go for it.
If there only were some form of lit exchange that we all could, use as a brokerage.
Well, at the very least, you wouldn't have to worry about payment for order flow leading your order into dark pools. You may consider lit exchange in the future. Coming out, expected to launch by the end of this year. So definitely be on the lookout for that. I'll be shooting info out your guys' way later on. Yep, AMC is going to chill sideways, as is GameStop. GME's at 126.11. Everything's just on pause, guys. Plain and simple. The whole market's fucking paused. GameStop had a high of 127, a low of 116. It's going to keep trading this channel. AMC is going to keep trading this channel. Everything is just on pause right now. We got to take the exciting days with the boring ones sometimes. Kind of sucks. But what are you going to do?
Can't wait for that BBIG.
Now that's fucking exciting right there.
That will be fun.
It could happen literally any second. Vinco could just come out and announce, like right now they could be announcing it, or tomorrow, any of these fucking days before the end of the second quarter, they said that they were gonna be launching, or be handing out this dividend. It seems.
That theoretically could start the whole bonus. Theoretically.
Theoretically, yes, anything's possible. A GameStop stock issuance, a BBIG dividend, MMAT dividend, like a shitload of things could possibly. Evergrande being removed from the indices tomorrow, and on June 16th no longer being on like 50 different fucking German indices at a value of zero.
Evergrande coupled with the crypto dividend
combined at the same time. And could you think about mortgage-backed securities absolutely fucking tanking, credit default swaps screaming through the fucking roof. Mortgage rates are up 1% today. 1%. 30-year fixed rate is up today alone, on average, in Illinois, to 6.763. Holy fucking shit. 10-year over 6-year adjustable rate mortgages are up to 6.35 almost.
Oh man, it's getting nasty. Lost up to 1981. And only 20%.
Yep. Just give me one sec. Go. Grab this and grind. Good. SPY at 373.50. Well, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to be waiting for the Fed, it looks like. Market makers are taking a break. Smoke says if BBIG announces distribution, short hedge funds are fucked. This is like cutting the hedge funds' arms before beheading them.
Ooh, I like that.
Mm-hmm. That's a really clever analogy, man. Really fucking clever.
Exactly.
Man, this SPY is reaching the bottom of this channel really quickly. It didn't look like this yesterday. Yesterday was kind of trending upward a little bit. Today, not so much. Yeah, meow. I will. Let me take a look here. Pull up the 1 year on the weekly. Looking at it on the daily candles right now. Let me check out the weekly, see if I can get a better indication. Oh. Well. Let me go a little bit further out. 1 year on the month. No, 2 year on the weekly. Oh shit. Okay. Yep, I can respect that. I can respect that. I like what you did there. This is on the 1 year weekly candles. Looks like a downtrend. Pretty easy downtrend. New name. Wondering if rates continue like that, if you think 10 to 12% mortgage rates are possible by 2023. Absolutely. It's up a percentage point today, man. Just today.
I say 15 to 20% by then.
Yeah, that's kind of what I was thinking. I was trying to think, like, how high can it go by the end of the year? And it's not going to stop at 10, 12%, man. It's going to go well past it.
It depends how much they raise the rates and if they'll be aggressive or not.
Yes, I agree. All right, now. Let's take a look-see. GME being hitting 128. And the SPY hitting 373.69. AMC hitting 1191. Well, it hit 1205. No, it hit 1191. Excuse me, a bit ago. The high of the day was 1205. But looking at AMC though, on the chart, it seems to be trending upward. Meanwhile, the SPY is trending downward. Overall. I'm not a huge fan of how I drew that. Let me retry. I think that's much better. But even still, I could use this other resistance I've drawn in the past. Up here. Let me go on to the 5-minute candles. It's too hard to see. Here's 5-minute candles. Oh, this makes more sense. Now to delete the right line is going to be tough. AMC's looking pretty good. It's created a support level around 1176 right here and a resistance level above 1215. It should continue to trend upwards from the looks of it. AMC right now. Let me take a quick look on the zoom in on AMC and GameStop. There we go. Let's see if it bounces off here around the 1175 range for AMC. And then we'll go over to GME. See what Jimmy's up to. Kind of doing something similar. Trending upwards. GameStop trending upwards. Let's take a look at the SPY. Down 0.49%. We'll use the same 5-minute candles for the time frame from today. And it does not appear to be trending upwards at all. It is trending downwards. it does seem to be respecting a previous level that we drew here. Well, no, it's just trying to stay above the 52-week low of 372.60. AMC following the 1348. Cool. Yeah, I mean, it's possible. Definitely possible the way the SPY keeps looking downwards. AMC and GameStop keep looking pretty positive right now. Yeah, AMC's got a good chance to be. They're going to stay in this range. I think we're all just going to hang out here until tomorrow. From the looks of things. Sleepy Joe says hi. Takes a picture with the Chinese flag. There's the SPY. Maintaining its trajectory for the day. In a bearish pennant. Alright, it's coiling up tight. Let's take a peek and see what the hell Bloomberg's got to say about today.
So actually today we have really good availability of berries, which means actually our prices have not really gone up that much this year. Obviously, that's very different in other segments of the food industry, where you more immediately pass on the inflationary pressures. We really can't do that in our business. Whatever number of berries we have today, they got to be gone by tomorrow. We got to sell them all.
Do you have any concerns that the prices could rise further in the future for any
would you
reason?
look at that?
And what
Look
would
at
those
BlackBerry.
factors be that could put prices up more
Bitch
for
is
you?
on the move.
Yeah, I mean, clearly all the farming inputs will ultimately have to get passed on to consumers, right? Where maybe in the short term, we can't pass it on. In the long run, we would have to account for all the cost increases. So packaging is up, a lot of the growing inputs are up, transportation is up, and now farmers are looking at higher interest rates to finance their production. So that would all have to get passed on.
How are you thinking about the own labor shortage that you're feeling at your company, not even to mention some of the food inflation as well, but the labor shortages?
Yeah, I mean, agriculture, our labor shortage is now almost chronic. It's been going on for, I would say, 10 years. And unfortunately, we really lack immigration reform in this area. It's badly needed. Americans are not going to pick our crops. That's the reality. It has been the reality for a long time.
Americans are not going to pick their own crops.
From Washington, D.C.
Of course not.
In the short run, I mean, we are actually in pretty good shape today. It looks like everything is going to get picked. But in the long run, we need reform to continue to do that.
I'm going to ask sort of
BBBY
a
is
different
making some
question, which
movements.
is equally hard to navigate in many ways.
All right, I don't want to hear this bitch talk about inflation. Sorry. Bed Bath & Beyond I'm looking at. I always mix up the fucking bees. Thank you. You're going to hear me do that a lot. I always mix up those two fucking companies. Look at her go. What is she doing? Blackberry, are you delta hedging? No, Bed Bath & Beyond is. Let's go. Blackberry's still sitting tight at 0.97. It's barcoding. Bed Bath & Beyond, BBBY, is at 675. Seeing some positive volume.
I wonder if my current options will fit on that.
Hey guys, don't delete Meow Meow's messages. Leave them up there. It's all good. Who the fuck's deleting all those messages? Stop deleting all those messages, please. Thank you. Alright, cool. I'm just going to have to take out mods. No biggie. It's because they're all caps. Fuck it. They're getting taken out automatically by Streamlabs. I'm going to go in and take out the Streamlabs mod. Thanks for the heads up, Stonkman. Bed Bath Beyond at 676 and cruising on little volume. I mean, but it was having like 100, 200 volume. Now it's having like 6,000. I'm sorry, 600, 5,000, 3,000, 3,700, 5,400, 900 volume, 5,500, 8,700 here, and now we're seeing 600 on this current candle. And Redbox, ladies and gentlemen, being down 30% is why I don't like the meme stocks that are not held by retail. It's not to say it can't have another run. Hey Devo, no, I just realized it's not actually the mods. It's the Streamlabs mod. It's an automated mod, a robot that deletes all messages that are in all caps. So sometimes it works, sometimes it doesn't. We'll see. And there's also certain words that are cut out. Not sure if that's got anything to do with the particular messages since I didn't see them. It's funny, the VIX is now down 5.3% to 3220. Bitcoin's at 22,471. Comera Life Sciences is still up 192%. Apparently she's the star of the day. And that Bollinger Band is definitely looking pretty bullish here right now. Looks like it's pushing upwards. Like it's having an expansion to the upside. And it's contracting right here pretty hard. We'll see what if it turns down. Keep an eye on Bed Bath Beyond. You know, it's at an upward channel, except it's just more noticeable because of the lower stock price, you know, and like on the 1 minute candle with such low volume, it looks a lot more impressive. AMC's kind of doing the same thing, except it's almost double the price. You know, it doesn't look quite as quite as impressive. At least it was back here. C.H. Robinson lost a lot of the gains that it made today. It's still up 6.24%. DWAC, Digital World, you know, Donald Trump's baby stock, is down pretty heavily, 23.5% right now, almost. And the Dow Jones Industrial is now down 0.75%, which was previously holding up pretty strong. But holy shit, yeah. Is it going to go in for a new low? It wants to. It was at 30,258. It wants to go in for a new low for today, it looks like. So I wonder if Matt Coors made or lost money on Redbox this last go around. I know he was pushing it pretty hard from what some people were saying yesterday. Gabriel bought the DWAC on that dip. All right, man. Yeah, Bitcoin looks gross. Well, here goes the SPY. Shooting in for another retest. It's just a joke about somebody that was talking shit about, or that was pushing Redbox pretty hard. I'm happy for everybody that made money on it. Let's say that much. I'm hoping you made money on it and not lost money. It's inevitable that some people bought into that shit and got fucked. There we go. We're going to see that new low right now. 52-week low, 8 cents off, 5 cents off.
Here we go for a new low.
Yes, we do. There we go. We got it. Bounced off, but we got it. 372.57. According to Wells Fargo, U.S. household assets could decline $6 trillion in the second quarter of 2022 due to this market sell-off. Brent crude futures settled down not even 1%. So they're down $1. It's not good. It's not good. Natural gas futures settled about the same from yesterday. SPY's going in for another test. There it is. There it is right now. Bam. Brand new 52-week lows. 372.50. Holy shit.
Ugly.
Oh, baby. That's ugly as hell.
There she goes.
Wow. 372.34. And still going. Whoa, and going. Down 0.72% on the day.
minutes for a power hour.
Damn, I just didn't even think about this. Not even power hour yet. Holy fuck. 370? Are we going to see 370, baby? Ow, my licks. Well, I mean, Oh, fuck, man.
Well, I don't think my charts will make it look prettier this time.
I wish they would, my man. But at this point, let's get this shit over with. Let's get the market crash over with so we can start moving back on up a little bit. Come on now. Come on.
There are a lot of puts on this buy right now.
I fucking bet there are. 369.69 incoming. Yeah. Hey Cash. My July TBT calls, the shorting the bond market, are up 438%.
Nice.
Yeah.
I'm nearing 600.
Solid, you motherfucker. You always gotta one-up me. I love it. 372.14 and dropping is our 52-week low. New 52-week low. Well, 372.06. Talk to me, brother.
We've got a thing going on in the think tank. We're sussing out the bots and the lurkers. And Gorilla Grodd wants to ask you if you would show your knee in the live stream, just to make sure you're real.
You guys are fucking retarded. 372.01 is our new 52-week low. Oil has dropped from 123 to 118, 121, and it is now dropping. Guys, oil dropped further in the after hours from 121 to 118. Could this be the beginnings of the oil collapse of a stock market crash? I don't know. Pump it up, 372.01. They got scared. We're on a need-to-know basis.
Oh, I can't wait for Evergrande to be delisted.
Tell me about it. That's tomorrow. So the day after tomorrow, they won't be on German indices anymore. Isn't that awesome?
Sensational.
DBT's coming off its new high of 29.25. Short in the bond market. 10-year treasury is at 34.79. Is that right? TNX. GME's at the 127.43. Just shy of its high of 128. Trading in an upwards channel. Same as AMC. Same as Bed Bath & Beyond. See, I almost did it again. I fucking do that all the time. Twitter's at a new low of the... No, never mind. But they're at 37.50 today. Don't worry about Twitter. PSLV's down to 716. Costs up 2 1/4. But still... Oh, that's JP Morgan. JP Morgan's trending downward like a motherfucker. Costs, however... The meme stocks are starting to look a little better. Look at that. Look at that. Respecting the fucking channel. I love it. Respect the TA, man. You know what? One thing I never wondered, can you buy shares of TBT? I've never fucking tried. I've only traded the options.
Only the options for me.
Oh, yeah, that's what I figured. I'm just wondering because I'm like, yeah, well, what happens if I fucking exercise one of these bastards? Or a few of them, you know? I'm not saying I want to. I was just wondering if it was possible. Would they be like VIX European style where they give you cash? Or would it be like, you know, a stock where, or an ETF where they give you shares? And that's all I was really wondering. I don't know, though, for sure. I would assume it'd be shares. Like the UVXY, for example. I would assume it'd be something like that. Not that I'd want. Yeah.
I'm in for the premium.
I get it, dude. I'm actually making some trades as we speak. SPY's going back in for another test of a 372.01. This bitch is fucking dead. It's the dead cat. I got so many brokers. I gotta fucking rifle through them all. It's fucking obnoxious. It's better than being stuck in one, and then if one broker goes bankrupt, or you know, if there's some sort of other issue with the buy button, I don't want to have to worry. Let's put it that way. Those are up. Good deal. Got these here. TBT's at 29.22 still. TBT's going in for new ones. New highs again.
Oh, did you see the Fed rate monitor tool? They added something new.
No, brother, I haven't seen that shit. Pop it up there. In the ape chat, if you don't mind.
Oh, I don't have it anymore.
Oh, no worries, dude. No worries, it's all good.
But they just added a new probability to the Fed futures of a more aggressive move.
Yeah, I like that. No wonder this stock market's going down again. SPY's down 0.74%.
100 basis. Oh,
go ahead, brother.
Sorry, 100 basis points is on the table now.
I hope it fucking happens. I hope it fucking happens. We need it. We need we need 500 basis points tomorrow, as far as I'm concerned, minimum, and then another 500 next month. You know, but what are you gonna do? They want to seem aggressive without actually being aggressive. That's the Fed's plan here. Create more inflation, tax the middle class, take over more of the wealth. Pay off the country's debt easier. And eventually, after they've blown up the US dollar, they'll shift over to the central bank digital coin and say they saved us and that we should vote for them in the midterm elections. Mark my words, September. 371.95, another new low. It broke 372. This is going to get scary for these bastards really fast. There's no real support beneath 370 as far as I'm concerned. What do you guys think, Ryman? Cash?
Yeah, I don't know.
I don't really see it. Maybe 368, but beneath 368, I don't really see much supports for a while. Here we go, going in again. Going in dry. 371.95 incoming. The United States 10-year Treasury yield has risen to 3.46%, the highest since 2011. There's our new low for the day. 371.93. The Fed's desperate to maintain some sort of illusion of control here. Like they somehow, the corporate media has conveniently forgotten that rates also rise because lenders demand higher rates to offset the rampant inflation that's destroying the future valuation of the US dollar. It's not just the Fed jawboning. The 5-year Treasury yield is greater than the 10-year Treasury yield, which is greater than the 30-year Treasury yield. Ladies and gentlemen, we have complete yield curve inversion. as we get a little pump by the plunge protection team up to 372.50 on the SPY. Take a look at, again, the U.S. 10-year yields. Highest since 2011. Okay, so we went all the way up to 372.60 on the SPY. Meanwhile, the SPY is making lower lows and lower highs. GameStop is making higher lows and higher highs. AMC is also running inverse to the SPY and is still up 2.44%, making higher highs and higher lows for the entire day. ARK Investment, well, ARK Innovation ETF has flatlined. Atarian Inc. ADR is up 4.8%. Another meme stock. Surprise, surprise. Had a high of 283 today. Pretty good. Bed Bath & Beyond continues its upward trend. Higher highs, higher lows. 665. Check that out. If that's not sexy, I don't know what is. Look at her go. DWAG down 25%. Bluebird Bio Inc. Nice scalp for me yesterday. Today down 15%. Another meme stock that's not held by retail, or not owned by retail, I should say. Redbox, majority owned by Apollo Group, a hedge fund, I believe. So, down 31.5% right now. TBT is hanging out at its 1, 2, 3, third, fourth, fifth retest of the of its 52-week highs. Say hello to my friend Sleepy Joe. All right, now that I switched up the chart, just want to take a look and see what the hell Bloomberg's talking about for a minute. The FOMC rate decision tomorrow. Perfect.
In treasuries is far surpassing some of the turmoil that you're seeing in terms of the standard
New lows on the
deviation
SPX,
move in crypto.
37.17.
So your beloved treasury market at the moment, Taylor, giving whipsawing to the market far more than crypto is for once. So I thought that was a remarkable story.
Yeah, it was a great story. And meantime, it's really tough for investors, right? Because you've got stocks going down, you have bonds going down. So this traditional portfolio of diversification of bonds and stocks is once again not working, making it really, really
the SPY is making new lows right now.
Well, so here's what surprises the markets at this point.
371.80 is our new fucking low. We got USIG, a 52-week low on USIG, 52-week low on ISTB, 52-week low on CIBR, IGIB, VCIT, IGSB, ZBH. 371.63, another new 52-week low on the SPY. God damn, we're going to be so fucking rich. Oh my God. Holy shit.
And we aren't even Evergrande yet.
Evergrande gets delisted tomorrow from like 50 fucking German indices. Motherfuck, we're going to be rich.
Would that mean
371.67.
we could have a really interesting pre-market tomorrow then?
A volatile VIX, and the question is if it remains this high, is the market still going to just be stifled for a while here?
But interesting, the VIX down today. Like, it just feels like we have volatility, and yet, the VIX is an indicator. I just kind of scratch my head a little bit over it. All right, we're going to come back in less than an hour's time.
The bitch didn't give you an answer on why the VIX is down. The VIX is down because the plunge protection team is injecting billions and billions of dollars from our fucking taxpayer dollars through the Economic Stability Fund to prop up this motherfucking market, and they can't fucking do it. This bitch is bleeding off like a stuck pig. It's a matter of time before it keels the fuck over.
If we get less...
Right, Cash?
Oh yeah, they're totally fucking over the things.
Reflecting the 75 basis points. This is an inherently dovish Fed. I mean, they've been, yearning for inflation for years now, and we get it. And I think the Fed has realized that they went way past their expiration date with regard to the accommodative policy, which ran up and through March of this year. Remember, the Fed was still buying bonds at that point. So 75, 50, for me, it's a flip of a coin now. The Fed has to basically choose between high inflation or kind of recession, bringing it forward or giving it some time to play through. Recession is an inherent and intrinsic part of the economic cycle. Historically, however, when the Fed hikes too aggressively and too quickly, that can bring it forward. So it's either, curb inflation, about which really the Fed doesn't control all of it. It doesn't control, of course, prices at the pump.
For those of you that are unaware, every single day since June 3rd, 2022, Executive Order 13959, as amended, came into effect, we have had a new all-time high on the reverse repo program. Every motherfucking day. It is $2,223,857,000,000 in overnight reverse repo bailouts for these banks. Over 97 counterparties today. Oh, my kid wants to watch SpongeBob. Boys, thank you, brother. I can't help get hyped. All of a sudden, I realized, Jesus, this is fucked. 371.45, and we're making new lows. Let me go say hi to my daughter real quick. I'll be right back. 371.40 and still going. Holy shit. Hey, baby, what's up? Come here, you cutie pie. Come here.
Okay, so for those who's wondering, the VIX is inversely of the volatility of the SPY. So if the SPY moves down, the VIX goes up. If the SPY moves sideways, chances are VIX goes down or slightly down and sideways. And if SPY goes up, VIX goes down. That's about it.
I can't help but get hyped. How the fuck can you not help but get hyped? Jesus, sometimes it's like, yeah, this is boring. And then other times like, yeah, well, the realization is, sadly, no matter how much I hate to say it, the fucking market is screwed. And I'm just properly hedged. And it's fucking exciting and terrifying at the same time. What the fuck are you going to do? You know, it is what it is. It's insane. It's ridiculous what's happening here in this. The greed. The level of disregard for human life is so great that it has afforded us with the opportunity to make more money than we've ever fucking imagined. Properly hedged can mean a lot of things. For some people, it means physical assets like silver and gold and other things like that. Other people's, it means having food and gardens stocked up and prepared, frozen and canned. and stashed away, and emergency goods, medical equipment. And then for other people, it also means, having the proper stocks that run inverse to the market, like the volatility index and the VIX for the NASDAQ, for example, and the UBXYs, the SPY puts and shit like that, NASDAQ puts and all this other things, the SQQQs and the TBTs, shorts on the bond market. There's all sorts of things that people could fucking do. And they don't have to hang on and be bag holders while the $9 trillion Federal Reserve asset sheet and billions and billions of people lose their 401ks, their fucking life savings, their thrift savings plans, their IRAs. You don't have to be a victim. $370.92 right fucking now. Holy shit. For some people, that means real estate. For others, it means apartments and homes that they can sell and rent, that they can flip, whatever the fuck you want to say. There's a lot of things. A lot of things. And some people can even think further ahead and think deeper. How much do you think when there's crisis, how much do you think marijuana is going to sell for? How much do you think you're going to be able to trade marijuana for? How much do you think you're going to be able to trade, your labor with your tractor for? How much do you think you're going to be able to trade with a few gallons of gasoline or barrels of gasoline? They might be worth tens of thousands of dollars. Milk, eggs might be $10 a carton. If you have chickens, you might be able to, sustain your family and barter with other people for a significant premium because your chickens lay eggs. It all depends on really how creative you are, how hard you want to work, and how badly you want to not just survive, but thrive. Because billions of people have their fucking heads in the sand. And they're pretending like the markets are fine, and they're keeping their investments in the fucking market, saying, the market always goes up. Yeah, maybe. It might be 15 years before it gets back to the same place that it was before it crashed. You don't fucking know that, because this isn't the same as 2008. It's not the same as 2020, 2018, 2015, 2013, 2011, 2008. It's not the same as the 2000 market crash. It's not the same as 1987. And it's sure not the same as 1974 oil crisis or 1929 stock market crash, Great Depression. It is all of those combined, in aggregate, multiplied, ready to crumble.
Yeah, that's why they want a great reset.
Absolutely. Absolutely terrifying.
We are blessed to be here now, knowing what we know.
New 52-week lows on the stock market right now. I never thought I could be so sad right before I was about to be filthy fucking rich. It's a harsh realization when you truly understand everything that's about to happen and everything that's currently happening in our world. We're witnessing billions of people's portfolios get wiped out.
To me, Carly, in terms of natural gas plunging on that, because you would think if there's less supply, it would bring the price up. But when we bring it in with Europe and trying to take out Russian supply, it makes more sense. But let's focus on Taylor's question. What's more volatile, bonds or natural gas, or is it hard to say?
At this point, it's a toss-up. I wonder if we are going to look back at this period, let's say if we survive in a year or two, and wonder if ETFs were like the kryptonite to futures markets, just like mortgage-backed securities were to mortgages, back in the financial crisis. I mean, there's a lot of weird things going on. My personal opinion is that ETFs are contributing to all of this wild volatility. I mean, there's a lot of moving parts. I'm not saying that's all of it, but it feels a lot to me in treasuries, some sort of capitulation, a lot like what we saw in March 2020 near the oil lows, which was USO blowing up, and then a lot like just what we saw in March 2022 when crude oil went to 130 and then dropped $20 a few days later. There's a lot of ETF inflow and outflow that's really messing with the markets, and it's exacerbating volatility, and it's not pleasant.
Yeah, not pleasant at all, especially if you're trading it. I have a lot of sympathy. Having done a little bit of trading back in the day, this has got to be a pretty tough time. But, relative to that volatility, in your notes, you compared natural gas to 2007, and then you're saying, I know when we spoke previously, that bond volatility is greater than it was even back in 2008. So which feels worse to you right now?
Right. So there's a couple things to keep in mind. This feels, in regards to energies and commodities, this feels a lot like 2007, 2008, which if you pull up some charts, you'll see that basically right around this time of year, June, July, crude oil and natural gas topped out, and we went from like dramatic top outs from $13 in nat gas to $3, crude oil from 150 to 30. At the time the markets were rolling over, the narrative was extremely bullish. No one could even imagine a pullback, let alone a crash. I'm not saying we get that kind of crash, but it's just important to keep in mind that we shouldn't be complacent because things can move quickly. If you also look back at a very long-term chart, let's say a monthly chart of treasuries, you'll notice volatility expanded wildly beyond the financial crisis. And I think it's probably because of, one, maybe ETFs, but also because of quantitative easing. All that extra liquidity in the market has really done a number on volatility. Right. It used to be 10 or 15 handles in bonds was a big move. Now that's like literally child's play. So it's just a different game.
Well, we were just looking at that bearish divergence in natural gas, which is pretty stunning. But the board that is up right now, it blew me away when I saw it. That 2-year yield over 5 days up 73 basis points. I would have thought that this was, a 5-year board. So you think that this is capitulation in terms of the selling. Talk to us about how you trade both energy and bonds in a somewhat conservative way through options.
Sure. So as someone that's been long and wrong treasuries, it really feels like capitulation. I'm really starting to question myself here. That said, if you want to participate, but not with all the wild risks, you can simply buy call options in the 10-year note futures. You can buy a September 118 call for $500-600. It's a little cheaper than it was this morning. And you have unlimited profit potential, limited risk. And if energies top out, treasuries will actually bottom and move the other way. I know it's hard to imagine, but trust me, things happen fast. It's not impossible.
Well, I do have lots of trust in you, Carly. You've been great through the years. Carly Garner, founder of DeCarlyTrading.com. Thanks so much for joining us for Options Insight today. Great perspective as always, and from you.
Just 52-week lows all across the board. Let's see if we got any market movers right now. Anything else happening on our watch list? TBT hit a new high of 29.29. Ultra short, 20-year Treasury. Inverse SPY's negative 0.9%. Still pumping right now though at 371.65. We got about 35 minutes left, guys. Yeah, Pantheon brings up a great point. How can these quote-unquote experts be so surprised with what they're seeing? Because it's now in their best interest to talk about it. Finally, now it's in their interest to talk about. And that's quite pathetic. That it took this long to build a fucking narrative. Jay Boney.
Now they can say that they warned us.
Jay Boney says, check your DM for me on the think tank and you'll see why. Buy yourself a sixer. Thanks, brother. Appreciate you. You're too kind. What was that, Martin?
At least now they can say that they warned us.
Oh, right.
Unlike just a couple of weeks ago when everything was fine and the economy is strong.
Low of 370.59. Here we go. Let's get that plunge team in action, or a little bit of positive volume at least. I don't see it. I don't think it's the plunge team. Just I don't know. That's pretty hot. That's a pretty heavy pump. Yeah, in your base, they're working overtime. Old Yeller and Gary Gensler working overtime, selling naked shorts on the VIX. That's how the volatility index is down, like the dumb bitch on Bloomberg said. And I only call her that because she's a dumbass. And said, I don't know why the VIX is down, but the SPY is down even worse. Well, the VIX is down because it's being suppressed via naked shorts through the United States Treasury. I will look the day after tomorrow, and we will see the T+2 data for the failures to deliver. And I can all but fucking guarantee you're going to see a massive spike on that T+2 reported data 2 days from now on the U.S. Treasury failures to deliver. I can fucking guarantee it. And remember, that's our tax dollars in the Economic Stability Fund that Janet Yellen can just move around willy-nilly for whatever fucking reason she wants. They want to blow a few $1 trillion of our tax dollars to prop up the stock markets? No problem. That's what they've been doing since the entire fucking year, since the beginning of January. No problem. They need to print more money because it's their only fucking way from going under. There was the VIX down to 32.82. No, Josh. The failures to deliver for the U.S. Treasury, I'm pretty positive is T+2. But other failure to delivers for market makers are T+35. I will double check into that. I'm fairly sure I'm right, but I could be wrong. I'll look into it just so I can correct myself in case I was wrong, and I will do so as soon as possible. Probably on tomorrow's stream. All right, boys and girls. Now remember, tomorrow's the FOMC meeting, so if it doesn't go well and the interest rate hike's pretty high, we could see, or the interest rate hike's pretty high, we could see a further downturn in the market. That's in their best interest to keep it as high as possible for right now. Let this soft landing take place. But yeah, I mean, it's a nice pump, but it doesn't detract from the entirety of the day. You know what I mean? When you look at the big picture. They also had a big pump earlier today from 373 all the way up to 376. And right now we're seeing a pump from 370.59 to 372 or 373. So it's just more of their usual games. Extremely oversold. The stochastic RSI is at 100. Vortex indicators showing a lot of buying pressure. Lots and lots of buying pressure on the SPY because when they naked short the VIX, it causes a gamma ramp on the SPY, and volume and algorithmic traders have to buy up the SPY. Done. Plunge theme at work. Yes, WOPR. This is perfect. I love your statement. He says, this is a bullshit pump, and they'll say the market rallied at the end of the day. And tomorrow, we'll see new 52-week lows on the SPY. Very, very good point. Jack Dickey, there will be a bailout. After short squeezes occur and assets lose tons of value, or should I say after assets lose tons of value, then short squeezes occur, then other assets lose more value, well, my friend, bailouts will have to happen across the industry. Short hedge funds probably won't get bailed out, but market makers and banks and prime brokers will probably get bailed out. They will get bailed out. And Jerome Powell and the Federal Reserve will print trillions and trillions of dollars to bail them out. My friend, as long as you don't bag hold to ridiculous numbers, and remember to take profits, and remember that I'm not a financial advisor, and I cannot tell you what, when, why, or how to buy or sell. Just keep in mind that you have to look at your own, you have to remind yourself that you have to take care of your family, your friends first, and make sure you look out for your own best interests. That being said, do I personally think that AMC will go over $1,000 a share? Yes, sir. I think AMC, $1,000 a share will be a cakewalk once things start really moving. A cakewalk. Do I think GameStop will go over $1,000 a share? Oh yeah, that'll be a cakewalk too. Do I think they'll go over $10 a share? Quite possibly. I wouldn't be surprised. But people do need to keep in mind that at some point, the DTC will likely have to step in. Therefore, it would behoove everyone to make sure to take some profits on the way up. But that doesn't mean I'm telling everyone to be a paper-handed bitch. Again, I'm not a financial advisor, and this is not financial advice. Just a guy, a business owner, who enjoys doing due diligence and technical analysis, and is not going to sink with this ship. We're going to make our own fucking yacht while the other ships sink. Edgar Morales, your question does not really make sense, bro. Phil, for real, no paper hands, just paper. Paper for a moment till you turn that bitch into tangible assets, right? House weight, 22.8 million volume for AMC for today. That's absolutely nothing. Massive, massive suppressed volume on AMC. 52 million is the average volume. 51 and change million is the average volume of AMC. I appreciate it, Bookman, but I don't inhale that. I do like the hemp wicks, though. Don't get me wrong. I use them every now and then. Cheers, Cash. Cheers, everybody. Smoke them if you got them, or drink them if you got them.
Cheers.
Big Red Apple, appreciate you, man. We are the fucking whale. Don't forget, we are retail. Collectively, retail owns 20% of the, or moves 20% of the SPY. The other 80% is institutions that received most of their money off of Main Street, and the other half of their money from the Federal Reserve, printing money, and the Federal Reserve with their $9 trillion fucking balance sheet. We're gonna be so motherfucking rich. Damn, it's gonna be nice. Blunt's Arc sounds good. Thanks, Flip. Too kind, my man. Blunt's Arc. Hop on the Arc, baby. This is a big ass fucking yacht. a luxury yacht that runs on solar with silver from my fucking vault that we took from JP Morgan's coffers.
Ooh, now he was talking dirt again.
Yeah.
When we're done with the meme stocks and we roll into precious metals, Cash, we're going to fly out there, rent some dump trucks, and you're going to walk up to JP Morgan, and they're going to hand you the fucking keys.
Yeah, they will.
You're going to tell them,
they're gonna help
I'm not
Cash
touching those
put
nasty keys.
that metal
Open
in.
up that fucking vault and get the forklift and roll those fucking pallets of silver bars into my fucking dump truck.
Yeah, we're dumping me like a pirate. I won't give a fuck.
Work him like a government mule.
Oh man, it's still not even. We're still in market hours. Cool. Yeah, we still got 23 minutes, 22 minutes or so before the end of the day. Dressed like a pirate. In a pirate suit. I want to wear the pirate shirt from the Seinfeld episode. What are you, a pirate? Yeah, you can call me that. This is the Cash Cartel. AMC holding on strong over there to 1174. Said no problem. Moving right on up with the SPY. The market rallied at the end of the days on good news from Joe Biden. Yeah, right. Yeah, the puffy shirt. Pantheon. You know the puffy shirt. That's what it's called. Look at this. The SPY is negative 0.19 now. Oh, this is hilarious. Please, just let it go green. That would be a fantastic fucking narrative to all the sheeple running around with blinders on. Oh, yeah. Perfection. Right? It's going to end the day green, and they're going to claim that the market rallied and everything's great. And then tomorrow, woo, tomorrow's FOMC is going to be fun news.
Well, the pub wedding.
Yup. That's fucking comical, guys. See, when you really take a minute to watch the chart and read the news and do the due diligence and view what the mainstream media narrative is and read between the lines. Avenue Capital Management CEO and founder and CEO is saying markets could lose another 5 to 10%. Meanwhile, the stock market's getting pumped hard. Hoping to end the day green, down 0.2 right now.
I think at the end of the day, the market wants it to be higher because they want the pain to come and go as quickly as possible. I think the fear that ends up being, if it's 50, is the next one 75 and the one after that 75, right? I think the market wants certainty, and that's not what it has right now. But you may get some of that tomorrow when the Fed announces where they are and what they're raising it and the reasons why they didn't do 75 or the reasons why they did do 75. I think people love the guessing game. I like to just wait. I mean, I know
it is bullshit,
if I don't think a company is going to file for bankruptcy, if I think a company is going to be fine, I'm going to buy those bonds or I'm going to buy that stock because I know it's going to do well and it'll turn once all the bad news is out on the macro side.
Talking of Well, bad news and some forced selling. And we have seen a lot of pain suffered in
Damage
the crypto
control.
market.
Damage
And Mark,
control.
I know that you're someone who looked at
Emergency.
Blocktower, for example, analyzing crypto firms. How much further have we got to go in that particular area?
Oh, that one, it feels like you've got more room. And the simple reason is just, I think people viewed it as being a really safe instrument. And nobody thought Bitcoin was going to go as low
Bitcoin's
as it
at
has, or
22.2.
Coinbase, or a number of those. So because of that, a number of people now are very nervous and they're trying to figure out, should they get out? So I don't think you have natural buyers. I think you have natural sellers today. And nobody knows what the bottom is for that. But I think you'll still have a bit of pain in the crypto space.
What about all the institutional money that was meant to come in? What about the $4 billion raised by a venture capital fund such as Andreessen?
I think that money's there, and I think it'll start coming in slowly. But what's the harm
this
in
pump
waiting
seems
a
natural.
month or 3 months? Like there isn't any harm. So I think you do have a bunch of money on the sidelines, but you've got a bunch of money on the sidelines in a number of sectors. So
Here we go. We're gonna go
I
green,
think people
baby.
right now are just saying,
Man,
I'm gonna.
people don't even see it coming, dude. At the end of the day, when people come home or they get off of work, they check their phone or they check the newspaper, and they look at it and they go, "Oh, okay, the market's flat. The market was only down 1/4 percentage point today, or it was up a 1/10%. That's fine." And then tomorrow comes a rug pull. FOMC, interest rate hike. Jerome Powell speaks. Fears eased at the end of the day, allowing for a huge rally. Great fucking point, man.
Same, because China ends up dominating that as China keeps opening itself up, because they've been closed for quite some time because of COVID, and much worse than I think the U.S. ever went through. Because in China, because of the regime, you're able to sort of keep people in their homes and close businesses. I think as that opens up, you're going to see quite a bit of demand that starts coming out of China, and out of Asia. So I think you'll see some positive momentum there.
Big picture, does 2 and 20 still work?
I sure hope so.
Well said.
Mark, we could go on so much longer with you. We thank you so much for that time, and indeed
Thank
for
you.
your
The House passed a bill extending security protection to Supreme Court justices. Taking a look at trade worldwide. Famous brands. Yeah, the disclosure of securities. Never mind, yeah. That doesn't even matter right now. I talked about that earlier. Yeah, we got 15 minutes left here on the day, guys. The United States is going to sell 45 million barrels of crude oil from our strategic reserves. As if we have like some sort of excess amount of oil. Our strategic reserves are being depleted much more quickly than they can ever be refilled. We do not have the refining power to process all of the oil that the United States makes. That's why we have to outsource so much of our refining. Oh, fucking idiots. The U.S. Department of Energy said it was selling up to 45 million barrels of crude. Deliveries will take place from August through September. All right.
I got a quick question for you.
What's up, buddy?
Are you fatigued?
Am I fatigued? Hell no. I feel fucking great. I feel fucking great. Just, I'm waiting for this assholes to lose their liquidity little by little. Bitcoin's fucking tanking. The SPY's tanking. Bond market's tanking. The real estate market's tanking. Mortgage-backed securities are tanking. Everything's in the fucking shitter. I'm just going to keep waiting until these assholes get margin called. It's only a fucking short matter of time as far as I'm concerned. I can keep fucking waiting, Ken and Griffin. Pay me my fucking money.
So that answers that question about you. How about the YouTube chat? Are you fatigued?
How about everybody in YouTube? Let me know. Drop it in the chat so that everybody can see. Right here, right up above my head. Are you guys fatigued? Is retail out for the count? Because I think we should show Ken Griffin and all of these assholes like investing.com, Motley Fool, that have been saying that retail investors in GameStop and AMC and meme stocks are fatigued and short sellers are taking over. Because I'm not fucking leaving.
I want some more.
I'm buying more options, Kenny. Fuck you.
Fuck you, Kenny. I have more options. I'm buying more options. And I will continue to do so. And I'll continue to make money off your shitty fucking broken stock market to buy even fucking more contracts. And then when I do that, I'm going to sell some of them for a premium. And then after that, Ken Griffin, I'm going to exercise a shitload of fucking options for AMC.
Exercise that demon.
When I make millions off of premium, I'm going to exercise tens of thousands of fucking contracts. I'm looking for 6-digit shares, motherfucker. You better be prepared.
Only thing that's going to be tired is thumbing through that cash, baby.
The fucking gamma and the FOMO from my exercised options, from Cash's exercised options, from all of these retailers' exercised options after they make shitloads of money in premium and exercise a fuckload more options in order to cause gamma to fuck Ken Griffin that are going through the system are going to cause volatility halts after volatility halts. More people are going to FOMO buy in. More delta hedging is going to happen. These guys are going to lose their fucking minds. And before you know it, the stock price is going to be at places you never fucking imagined. The more people that buy options when they make money off of them, exercise a portion of options with some of those profits and put some other gains aside as profits to be saved and not reinvested, then they would be doing themselves a favor, in my opinion. But again, I'm not a financial advisor telling anyone what to do. And the gamma and delta hedging that would have to occur from the purchasing of such vast amounts of shares from millions of different people exercising call contracts would be absolutely devastating to the system. And we've heard Thomas Peterfy tell us this. Thomas Peterfy, GameStop, AMC. He's the one that told us that they could go to unimaginable highs. And it's very likely that happens.
Founder and Chairman Thomas Peterfy. Thomas, good to see you.
If people were to exercise their call contracts. This guy, Thomas Peterfy, is the owner and CEO of Interactive Brokers. This company here, Interactive Brokers, that I'm using right now, IBKR Pro, is technically my competition for Lit Exchange, as is Robinhood and Webull. But that's okay. This man has more experience in the industry than I've been alive. And he tells you exactly what you need to know about the AMC and GameStop situation.
You again. Thanks for joining
Listen
us.
up.
My first question is, are you
Learn.
surprised and or disappointed not to be a part of the hearing tomorrow?
Oh, no, I'm neither surprised nor disappointed. This is just fine with me.
Just fine. I can imagine. So what do you think will be the focus? Because there's lots of angles here, whether there was insider trading, whether the likes of Robinhood hurt their customers, and whether the likes of Citadel are abusing their power. What do you think is the key focus and the likely outcome?
So what I would like to point out here, that we have come dangerously close to the collapse of the entire system, and the public seems to be completely unaware of that, including Congress and the regulators.
We have come extremely close to the collapse of the entire financial system, and the entire public seems to be unaware of that, including Congress and regulators.
So let me explain to you that on January 26th, Game had closed at $77 a share. The following day, it closed at $148. The following morning, on January 28th, the stock opened at $355.
In 3 days, people, GameStop went up to $355. It opened at $355 on January 28th.
And traded up to $480.
Boom.
At the same time, Game had 50 million registered shares outstanding.
GameStop had 50 million registered shares outstanding. All right.
And a short interest of 70 million shares.
A net deficit of 20 million.
In addition, there were about 1.5 million calls, which would call for 150 million shares.
Now you need 150 million more shares because there's all these call contracts out on the market from people like Keith Gill, DFV, and all of you, and our very own, Zoombach here in the think tank, and a lot of people here in the think tank, as well as here on YouTube and Twitter and Rumble.
If the longs repay their margin loans and exercise the calls, their brokers would have been obligated by the rules as they are today to deliver to them 270 million shares, while only 50 million shares exist.
This is proof of synthetic shares directly from a broker-dealer CEO, Thomas Peterfy, simply stating the facts. These are the numbers. And they would have been legally obligated to deliver those had you exercised your fucking calls, sold some for profit, and exercised some of them, because it leads to gamma, because it leads to FOMO, because it leads to delta hedging, it leads to the fucking moon!
Yeah, because usually
when the shorts cannot...
no one ever exercises, so they count on that.
They count on people not exercising. That's why they don't delta hedge unless there's a fucking executive order up their ass.
Deliver the shares, the broker representing the longs must, by the rules of the system, go into the market and buy the shares at any price, pushing the price into the thousands. So as the price goes higher...
You heard it right here, ladies and gentlemen. When the shorts cannot deliver the shares, the broker
representing the longs must, by the rules of the system, go into the market and buy the shares at any price, pushing the price into the thousands. So as the price goes higher, the shorts default on the brokers. The brokers now must cover themselves. They push the price further up. So the brokers default on the clearing houses, and you end up with a complete mess that is practically impossible to sort out. So that's what almost happened. To avoid this in the future, the SEC needs to immediately call for reporting of short interest on a daily basis, because
In order to stop this in the future, the SEC must offer reporting of short interests on a daily basis.
Oh, have they done that?
No, sir. They haven't fucking done that. They have not fucking done that. That's the only way they could have prevented it. And it's the only way they could prevent it now, because it's still not being reported on a daily basis. And it's still occurring, and they're still hiding it through FTDs, married puts, divorced puts, all sorts of rehypothecations, ISDA contracts, futures and swaps, and so on, yield notes. I won't even get into it. Let's keep going.
They are currently only reported twice a month. And I think they should increase margin requirements on shorts by 1% for every percent of short interest. That would solve the problem. This is a gaping hole that didn't have before, because short squeezes are considered market manipulation, which is illegal. But so therefore nobody did it. But with these social platforms, people can just chit chat and suddenly a short interest emerge without pointing at any one person who is guilty, right?
So Thomas, I mean, it's extremely complicated, and they'll have to try to explain all this market structure in between some of the populist grandstanding from members of Congress tomorrow. But ultimately, who are you saying is to blame, if anyone, for what happened?
No, it's nobody. Nobody is to blame. There is a hole in the system that we immediately have to stop. There's a hole
in
the
short interest reporting.
Short squeezes. Sorry?
There's a hole in the system that we immediately have to stop. And that hole is the abuses that occur by market makers and hedge funds, short hedge funds, in the way that they short stocks and create synthetic shares and naked shorts and so on. And remember, it's all self-reported data. Credit Suisse was just fined $400,000 whopping dollars by the SEC for not reporting 7 years worth of short interest from 2015 through April of 2022. Just happened. $400,000 is all they got fined.
You're saying that is the short interest reporting. That's what was happening here? That was the problem?
No, the problem was that there is no increased margin requirements on shorts as the short interest increases. As a matter of fact, most people don't even know what the short interest is, because it's only reported twice every month.
Yep. What portion, Thomas, of your trading is payment for order flow? I know it's a smaller percentage than some of your rivals.
It's like 3%.
Shepard Smith here.
Folks, Thomas Peterfy, the CEO of IBKR, the broker which I'm using right now, just got done telling you that what you thought, what we know, is 100% factual and not conspiracy in any way whatsoever. No matter how much Ken Griffin, Citadel Securities, Robinhood, Motley Fool, other medias would like it to be. These are facts. We did not create the problem. We are the solution. The problem is Citadel Securities' $65 billion in assets and $65 billion in short sold not yet purchased. On that note, fuck Ken Griffin. Pay me my money. I'm not leaving. Because I'm going to the dark side of the moon. SPY, it's the bell. It ended up pretty much down 0.3% at 373 and change. Ladies and gentlemen, it's been a fantastic day. I'm going to keep an eye on things after hours, but I've got a lot to do as well, so I'm going to call it a stream. I want to thank you all for being here with me on the stream, on YouTube, Rumble, the Think Tank. Appreciate everybody. I will see you guys tomorrow. The Fed is in for some fun. we're going to be so fucking rich. And sadly, many people are going to be extremely poor. More so than they've ever been in their lives. But there's not really much we can do about that. I guess all we can try to do is share what little information we've learned, which I think is a lot more than market makers and hedge funds and the banks and the government would like to admit. So I'll leave you with a sorry about that. Hope I didn't blow out your eardrums. Peace out. Peace and well.
NHE is still a bitch.
I think it's time to blow this thing. Get everybody in the stuff together. Okay, 3, 2, 1, let's go.
We'll be fucking rich. I want my fucking money. Griffin, I want my fucking money. Somebody clip that for me. Somebody clip that Thomas Peterson. Yo, motherfucker. Holy shit, we're gonna be so fucking rich. Damn it, we're gonna be so fucking rich. Into the thousands, people. The thousands. Into the thousands. Trey, you don't know shit. Griffin, I want my fucking money.
You're an original.
At any price. Give me the fucking money. At any price. Pushing it into the thousands.
The monkey coming around
Get the goddamn money put around. Market cap is
You're better than that.
money put around. Jay Powell, fucking go. This is our time.
Let's fucking go.
Bounty letter.
See you soon, Kenny G. I want my money. We're gonna be so fucking rich. Get the goddamn money printer out.